Yeah. Yeah.
Have you fixed your live stream?
Well, it's live streaming on YouTube.
Right.
It's not live streaming on the website.
Have you been in touch with Cara?
It's not communicating with me.
Control call. He's waiting here.
Okay, so he's tried phoning us.
This is all very organised. Can you hear me if I talk loudly? No. Can you hear me? No. I can't see. Can you see me? All right. So we need a microphone that works and some lights, please. Thank you so much for properly sitting down when the lights went down. That was a little hint, wasn't it? I am not Wayne Hemingway, as you probably guessed. I am, if I can get this working, big reveal. Let's see if this thing actually works. There it is. I am the other one. I'm Victor Lacuna. I'm Chief Executive of Curo, which is the local housing association. But for today's purposes, I am the chair of the Housing Mission Delivery Board. We put the word mission deliberately in that to replicate the government's intentions about delivering missions in their first term. And for those that were here last year, you remember we had to change the original date because there was an election. So we meet a year later, bookending the first year, what has been an incredibly interesting first year, to have our second, much larger housing summit. You're most welcome along to it. A lot has happened in that 12-month period, hasn't it? We've had a new president in America. We've had tariffs. We've had all the shockwaves associated with all of that. We've had wars continue. We've had wars starting across the world. We've had U-turns from the new government, and of course, Portugal won the Nations League. So it's been a full-on year of activity. Before I get into some of the other realities and take you through the agenda, it's probably worth just pausing on some of the administration for today and things that you ought to know. So you very all kindly gathered for coffee just outside this door. You can do that at the breaks, but you can also go upstairs where there is much more room, and there is also more catering facilities, and there are the gents and ladies if you haven't spotted it. At lunchtime, we've got yummy food, and you'll be able to get it if you leave that door, turn left. So that's where lunch will be served. There is not going to be a fire test today, so if it goes off, we do need to pay attention to it. My advice is, having looked at the entrance that way, is to use that one, because that doesn't seem to be blocked up. So if you go outside and congregate outside, we can do a roll call. So I think that's all the housekeeping issues. Worth also saying, we've got some breaks. So we'll have a mid-morning break around 10:15. We're going to have a lunch, an hour's lunch, so you can network away for an hour. And then we'll have a mid-afternoon lunch. And we will, for those that want to hang around, I will sure a few of us will hang around for a glass of wine as well. So lots of opportunity, not only to get engaged, inspired for some of the conversations, but also some networking throughout the day as well. So, whilst we've seen lots going on in the world, the truth is we haven't really seen a great deal of change in what is the national and local housing crisis. We've seen significant increases in most of the indicators. I went into a bit more detail this time last year around just how awful the stats are when it comes to the national and local housing crisis. And you can see from these statistics, when it comes to the local position, with the exception of house prices that remain broadly flat, every other indicator continues to go the wrong way. It isn't, however, I think, because we have a government that hasn't taken the issue of housing seriously. I think in the new government, we have, without doubt, a government that's placed housing and affordable housing at the centre of their priorities. And if you think about just the challenges that current government must have in terms of its finances, to think that housing, along with defence and health, were one of the top 3 priorities, and some of the biggest investments went into housing, is quite an achievement. And that's because I think in Angela Rayner we do have an advocate that really does believe that housing is critically important and is committed to seeing that level of investment going into one of the most important fundamental rights that we as citizens have, which is to have a safe roof over our head. Today, I checked, we have about 165,000 children in temporary accommodation. And I was trying to work out, and I think that's just for people that are from Bath, that's about 11 wrecks full of children. This morning woke up in poor quality accommodation, living in a room with their family, with nowhere to play, with shared facilities, bathrooms, kitchens, 165,000 children. We have had, in that last year though, lots and lots of government policies. I think it's to be welcomed. I mean, last week we had what is, I think, the first national housing strategy. What was it entitled? Delivering a Decade of Renewal for Social and Affordable Housing. Is the first strategy that I've been in social housing a very long time, that I can recall. And it had a plethora of policies announced. So we had an increase in grant funding, the largest in a very long time, £39 billion of grant funding allocated to affordable housing over the next 10 years, of which 60% should be for social rent. And for those that don't know what social rent is the cheapest form of affordable housing. 94% of all of Cura's homes are social rent. That is typically in Bath, and around a third of the market rent. It is the most affordable. If you are my resident, you're probably saying it's still expensive because of the income levels of those people that we house. But nonetheless, just to give you a sense of the level of subsidy that's going into that programme. We have had a plethora of new standards announced as part of that strategy. So both in terms of public and private housing, new decency standards, a minimum energy standard. We've got a commitment to council house building from the government. That's to be applauded. I think as many players on the market as possible contributing to delivering new affordable housing has got to be a good thing. A commitment to sector partnerships, and today's about continuing to fan the flame of partnerships and collaboration. So really excellent to hear. New social housing standards. There's more, by the way, so bear with me. This will give you a foundation of what's going on. New social housing professional standards. That means that people that work in social housing will need to be qualified to a certain level starting next year. A new transparency and accountability standard, which is effectively the same as a Freedom of Information Act for our sector. New reviews on our financial and policies, on public works, loan book discounts, the threshold at which local authority HRAs can be set up, £20 million for community-led initiatives reforms for the right to buy, which, as you know, has been a very significant policy that's worked against, or has, I think, contributed to the housing crisis. And then, on top of that, agreement to look at effectively the social housing rent policy, which is part of it called the convergence aspect of it. All of these things were announced last week, in 1 week. We're all trying to get to understand what it means, but it comes at the back of us having a brand new platform or policy framework for planning, which I think most of us will welcome, the reforms in the planning system, leasehold reforms, regional devolution, which is now a real priority, and it's a real delight that we're going to have our local mayor here today to talk about her views of housing as part of her, I guess, early day experiences of her role, and then a whole series of national agreements with Homes England and Mayor. So it can't be said that government has not set out a whole raft of infrastructure policies to help us start building the housing, the affordable housing we need in this country and in the region. It's up to us now. So that's what we're here today to do. We would like to continue to get your engagement, your support, your ideas in how we take some of these policies and how we work together in partnership in order to deliver the affordable housing our local residents need, both in Bath and North East Somerset, but because people don't live in local authority areas, they live in places, also how we collaborate in the west of England to build the right houses in the right locations, because this is all about partnerships and collaboration. Now, we conceived the HMDB, as we call it affectionately now, the Housing Mission Delivery Board, here a year ago, and we asked for volunteers, and thank you to everyone that put their hand up. We have got an enormous amount of support and involvement across a formal structure. We did it properly. We've got a board. We've got work groups. That we've got clarity about what we're trying to do. And one of the first things we did as a group is decide what our North Star was. And we decided that, as mad and as ambitious as this is, that by 2050, all housing needs in Bath and North East Somerset will be met with high quality, sustainable living choices available for all. That's our North Star. That's what we're going to work towards. And in the last 12 months, we've made some real progress. I'll give you a flavour for some of the things that I think are particularly, noteworthy. I think you will hear later on that we're going to put to you a brand new way of approaching development from an old ecosystem of housing to what we're calling a purpose-led development model. It's a really interesting idea. I think it's one that I think it's worth considering at a national level, but it places, I don't want to steal Sophie and Simon's thunder, but it places the onus on us building what's needed, on what actually is the purpose of housing, not on what we can build because of land prices or what we can get away with through the local system. It's a fundamentally rewriting how we approach housing. So I think that's really worth highlighting because it'll be one of the centerpieces of our conversation today. The other thing worth saying is we were challenged by Wayne, my co-host here today, last year, who was deliberately provocative, and we asked him to be deliberately provocative, and said, you've got loads of fantastic, I'm paraphrasing, you can say if I got it wrong later on, you've got fantastic people here, but they're not the people affected by the housing crisis. Where are the people affected by the housing crisis? Where are those voices? And it was a fair challenge. So what you'll see is we've got the Housing Assembly kiosk here, which is, I'm not going to steal away from what Wayne will say to you, but is a recognition that part of the solution is how we engage those people that are most affected by the housing crisis, not just in terms of shaping our strategic plans, because of course that's critically important, and then Lucy will talk about that, but actually how we make sure They are the advocates. And you have to be really, really brave to go to a planning committee in this country and say, I would like to have housing built near me, because only people who are super angry turn up at planning committees, and they really do consume the airway. The entire room is just anger. And what we need to do is we need to get their voices, because you know what, before someone had their house where they have now, and they don't want another house built next to them, was a green field. And they forget that part of what we need to do is build housing for future generations. It's not about preserving your home forever and what you think ideal is. And that voice part is a right challenge. It was a right challenge, and we've taken that challenge. I'm very proud that we've listened and we've done work in this space. And the last thing I want to point to is something I'm super proud of, and you're going to watch history here unfold in front of your very eyes. So one of the Reddix Commission recommendations was that national government should work towards a housing accord, where all political parties work towards solving the national housing crisis together, collaboratively, putting aside their differences for the greater good. And I'm proud to say that we're going to be doing that here today. We've got an amazing set of political leaders in Bath and North East Somerset. They've agreed to come today and in front of you sign a housing accord, which I hope will not only symbolically demonstrate how important it is for politicians to commit to action, but it means that we are the front runners in the UK, I think, in this space. And it means that when we start to experiment with some of the HMDB projects that we've started to trailblaze, we will have the political support that's so critically important. So wait for this amazing moment later on. Today we have got some fantastic speakers. I'm assuming you can hear me because I haven't got my mic, okay? I have, but it's not particularly near my mouth. So we've got two great speakers. We have got Lucy. Lucy from Demos will talk to us in a moment. I'll introduce her for me in a moment, and help set the broader national perspective, particularly in relation to how we engage communities meaningfully in a democratic process, and in particular the democratic processes when it comes to housing. I'm sure there's a broader set of challenges around the democratic process. So I think that's an important context to start this morning. And then we're going to move to hear and have a conversation with Helen Godwin, who's our new regional mayor. So she'll be arriving shortly to participate in a fireside chat. We'll get to know Helen a bit better, but also just to understand her early thinking about where her mind is in terms of housing as part of her first term. So lots to look forward to in the morning. Then after the lunch, we're going to do some workshops. We're going to get into this purpose-led model, get your feedback, get your engagement, and we will then wrap up about 4-ish, I think, if memory serves me, and we'll do some networking. That sound like a good plan? Good. I'm glad. It's the only one I've got. Right. So let's turn to our first speaker. If I can find my piece of paper. So, Lucy is Director of Research and Participation at the cross-party think tank, Demos. She works on their collaborative democracy pillar, helping to innovate and advocate for new ways to bring the public into policy making. Before joining the think tank world, Lucy worked for a strategy consultancy, Thinks, where she's developed an expertise for deliberative and participative research methods, working with local authorities across the country, including BAMES, to involve communities in local decision-making processes. And we do have, by the way, the local plan information here too. So lots of opportunity for you to give some thoughts on that. You're most welcome, Lucy. Please, ladies and gentlemen, Lucy.
everyone, and thank you to the Housing Issue Delivery Board and to Kiro for inviting me to talk with you today. I want to start by inviting you to think about the built environment as a story and to consider what we learn when we read it in this way. The built environment tells a story about where we've come from and who we are. And this is what makes the built environment so fascinating to me, reading it in this way. Victorian terraces, high-rises, council housing, all other buildings, parks, roads, they are primarily objects that you share space with, places you physically inhabit. They are experienced in the way they look, the way you use and move through them. But our built environment can be read in another way. It can be read as a story, a set of decisions that we have made collectively. And these decisions tell us a story about our past. At the same time, they tell us a story about who we are today. And they will tell us a story, or will tell our story to future generations, hundreds, perhaps even thousands of years into the future. So the question is, who are the authors of those stories? Whose ideas, what values do you see embedded in the built environment? Who won or lost the argument to shape those spaces? Who was even involved in the discussion and who's missing? The most tangible decisions that you can see in the built environment are the decisions to build something at all. So the decision to build in this place instead of that place. The decision to build this thing instead of that thing. But equally, a place may be the way it is because of decisions not to build. And it's much harder to see that story and to read that story. I think that's one of the reasons why it's taken so long to wake up to the realities of the housing crisis, because the impact of that is not just in our streets, but it's behind closed doors. That is the story of the housing crisis. There's an absence, there's a void at its heart. And when we think about who the authors of that story are, whose decisions have led us to that point, and there are millions and millions of decisions made by people from all across society over decades. What is abundantly clear, though, is that the voices of those who have ended up at the sharp end of the crisis have been almost entirely absent. Because already, talked about children living in temporary accommodation. There are, hundreds of thousands of people, households stuck in temporary accommodation. There are families stuck on social housing waiting lists. There are the not so young people stuck at home with parents in a state of arrested development, not able to get on with their lives, or in poor quality, eye-wateringly expensive private rented housing. And these stories of hardship are a result of the way the system is structured, the inbuilt dynamics and motivations that animate it. So I argue, and I'm sure that a lot of people in the room would agree, that the system needs a radical upgrade. The market-led approach has struggled to deliver the types of houses we actually need and at the scale that we need them. And there are several issues in the way that decisions about our built environment are made that I'd like to cover before sketching out some solutions and some way forward. I hope that I can leave on a slightly more kind of positive note. But firstly, I would argue that in part the oppositional nature of the planning system is something that has contributed to the housing crisis. The nationalisation of the right to develop land right back in 1947, and in that moment, the public were cast in a largely reactive role, where the greatest power they have is to say no. It means that the current system is wired for conflict, and communities are in a position of responding to other people's ideas and other people's plans for the place they live in. And I think that goes some way to explaining why it is the majority of people who do engage with the planning system are lodging a complaint. It's wired in that way. Recent Demos polling for our report, which I would encourage you all to have a look at, the NIMBY majority it's called, found that only 3% of the public in England have ever submitted a response to a consultation that's in support of the development. 6% of people, so double the amount, have submitted a response in opposition. Small numbers across the board there, but you can see very clearly that the difference in who gets involved. The adversarial dynamics mean that the system is overheated with anger and distrust, and it distorts decision making. It creates an unpleasant environment to have open discussions and to make the right decision. As housing need and infrastructure upgrades have become more pressing, so too has local opposition to new development. The polarisation that we see means that the planning system has become this heady mix of transactional tick box consultations and online death threats. Those things are obviously related, but it's incredible how polarised and extreme those two parts of the system are. Calm and balanced decision making in that kind of atmosphere is incredibly difficult. To anyone who's been along to any public debates and discussions where, as Dick was saying, the anger in the room is palpable, and a lack of trust, which suffuses the system, adds grit and distorts decision making even further. The public are deeply cynical of developers and local authorities alike. This is research by Grosvenor from a few years ago, finding that only 2% of the public trust developers to act in an honest way. Our Demos polling showed that 46% of the public, so not under half, but still a very sizable proportion, don't trust their council to make decisions on housing that are in the best interest of the residents. And then the houses that we do build are often perceived to be poorly constructed and designed, limited affordable housing units, or going back on promises for affordable housing units, breeds further anger and distrust. And I would add that it goes two ways. So, house builders and local planning authorities may find it really hard to trust and work with communities whose sudden interest in bats or newts or anthills or slow worms, I heard this morning, feels disingenuous, at best. It's a two-way problem, and that lack of trust, the situation that we're in at the moment with that is really hard to get past and work through. The other problem with the way our system works is that we can't hear the NIMBYs. This is coming out of our NIMBY majority report that I just mentioned. The lack of legitimacy in the public voice and local planning consultations is a well-known problem, but it is a persistent one. It's such an extremely narrow demographic that's getting involved. It's such a very small proportion of people that it can't really be said that we're hearing from the public. That isn't how that group is described. Our polling shows that the conversation is being dominated by less than 10% of the population, and those who have most to gain from change are notably absent. They don't tend to respond to traditional consultations. It's that group that make up the NIMBY group, so maybe in my backyard, I'm sure you twigged what that was referring to. That our polling shows make up 67% of the population. So these are people who will accept new housing and development given the right circumstances. Very sensible and position that yes, most people would follow. We know they're out there. We know they have ideas and opinions. They certainly have needs, but the system we've created can't see them or hear them. The decisions that we're making about our built environment aren't directly influenced by them, and as we know, that's a major problem. But I think there is some good news. We are at a moment of opportunity. The government really has hit the new government really has hit the ground running when it comes to planning, and has achieved a huge amount, not only last week but over the course of the year. The 1.5 million homes target is an ambitious one, and I'm not going to sort of comment on the feasibility of it, but what I would say is that in setting that target, a direction of travel has been set. It has boosted a genuine momentum across the sector to get building. And programs like that, the New Towns programme, the sites are due to be published this month, I believe, offer an exciting opportunity to apply the lessons of what we know about making new places, making good places that will be loved for generations. But this can't just be a numbers game. This has to be an opportunity to create meaningful and long-lasting social impact. And for me, the critical element of success will be how public involvement is approached and handled. And I think the stakes are high. I think that getting it wrong will further entrench inequality and hardship. Really, even more, baking it into the foundations of our country. We know that in turn deepens divides and polarisation in society. It makes it much harder for us to come together to make positive social change. And of course, that is a key ingredient in political disillusionment, distrust, and what we at Demos have rather cheerily called the democratic doom loop. But we are genuinely worried at Demos about some of those bigger questions about engagement in the political system and trust in democracy. And I really think that there's a strong link between the built environment and those bigger dynamics that we see at play. Okay, let's be a bit more positive as well. Getting it right, the rewards are significant. I think that bringing in the public in the right way will enable those difficult trade-offs and decisions to be confronted, discussed, and actually help build legitimacy in those. And there are opportunities to strengthen communities around positive citizenship, new models of long-term stewardship, and ultimately to make places that better meet our needs. And allow us to make places that have the things we need for life to be good. But getting, public engagement, public participation, and getting things built shouldn't be about steamrolling opposition. There's a let's sort of close down opportunities for the public to speak up, because they're just going to say no and it's going to be annoying. And let's sort of just close those loops. It might work as a short-term strategy, but long-term, I think there are some significant risks. And again, just referring to our recent polling, showing that actually the proportion of people that oppose any development in their area, the NIMBYs for short, that proportion may have grown as much as 31% since last September. So 17.5% said that they would fall into that category in our polling back in September. It's now up to 23%. That's a 31% increase. I just think it goes to show picking a fight with a group of people is more likely to transform their views into a really core part of their identity. People sort of dig their heels in rather than prompt them to roll over and give in. Needs a different approach, a much less adversarial one, as I've been arguing. The market-led approach, as I've said, has struggled to deliver social rented housing, affordable housing. It's struggled to deliver homes that contribute to net zero and to build places that integrate old into communities, to create neighbourhoods that people love. It's my view that the planning system desperately needs to be reoriented away from an oppositional zero-sum model towards a more collaborative, constructive and creative endeavour. And we need to ask a whole set of different questions. Not do you or do you not want this housing development to be built in your area, but what do you want for your local area? How do you want to live? And I think by asking different questions, we will hopefully get some different answers. Some ideas for ways forward. I think a key part of this will be rewiring the system so that it is purpose-led, and obviously that's a key kind of conversation that you'll be having today and later on this afternoon, to help ensure that developments are built in line with national policy, that local plans can be used more effectively to deliver the growth that people want. I would go further and suggest that we need to rebalance the planning system away from discretionary decision-making towards a clear set of rules that are embodied in the local plan, and to ensure that we're not removing democratic opportunities within that. I would counter by strengthening democratic and civic participation at the very beginning, so bringing in representative public panels in each local area, who are deeply involved in setting, reviewing and auditing the local plan. I would also add that this process, I would recommend this process for the SCSs as well, getting people involved at the very start. And we need to push ourselves to engage, of course, a much broader range of people, those living in temporary and overcrowded accommodation, those on social housing waiting lists, young adults living at home with their parents, perhaps couples in flat shares, children and teenagers today who are going to inherit these problems tomorrow. There's obviously a lot of good work happening in this space, and I know that a lot of people in the room will be doing that work, but it's not yet happening widely enough, and I think that's the challenge that we should set ourselves. We should also experiment with innovative methods for to empathise, radically empathise with different groups in society, to sort of overcome the polarisation that is so characteristic of our political and social life nowadays. So, to empathise with future generations, with newcomers to an area, with young people who can't afford to live where they grew up. And one lesson I just want to sort of throw out there from Japan is a methodology called Future Design Thinking, FDT, which was inspired by traditional decision-making principles that consider the impact of choices on seven generations into the future, where you have the methodology invites local residents to sort of mentally time travel decades into the future, and then have a sort of a facilitated discussion with the people of now. So there's a kind of brings a temporal dimension into the debate, and it has been shown to lead to bolder, more transformative plans for communities' long-term benefit when you bring in that different perspective. So I think there are some really exciting and interesting ways that are not wildly sort of expensive or or complex to do, that will help to push our thinking and think more about the longer term benefit. And then finally, in a world of digital relationships and online interactions that are increasingly mediated by corporate algorithms and AI, I think that there are exciting and really important opportunities for us to recenter place as a means to nurture new forms of citizenship and stronger communities. And again, I think the new generation of new towns offer an opportunity to use methods to trial new forms of citizen engagement, radical co-design, community and self-build models, and long-term stewardship in the creation of those places. I started by inviting you all to think about the built environment as a story and to read it in that way, and to think about what can be illuminated when we do that. The story it's telling us is currently showing, I think, a number of flaws in the way that we make decisions and the way that the system is currently wired. I think it's time to rewrite that story, and I look forward to hearing ideas for that today. Thank you so much.
Is this working? It's working. I was just thinking, if we sit down where most people are able to see us, let's have a go. Hold on. Is that all right? Yeah. Wonderful. Thanks, Lucy. There's a lot there. So I'm going to encourage some participation, if that's okay. We've got a few minutes to open up the debate. I was actually reflecting on the Japanese model of fast forwarding or making decisions, in 7 generations' time. I'm thinking, in this country, I'm not entirely certain we're building houses that would last that long. It is a fundamental issue. It's about the quality of the homes we're building today. And it is a challenge to get people to see that far in the future. But maybe we can explore that, the issues of quality and the balance between volume and quality, and volume and what people really need as well as part of this discussion. I mean, have you got some initial thoughts on that?
I mean, as I said, this can't just be about the numbers. We can't get to the end of this parliament and have got 1.5 million extra houses, and that be the only measure of success. Yes, we have to think about quality. We should think about these have to be places that people are going to enjoy living in, and that's about having enough space, living in joyful, places that, yeah, people enjoy and find it easy to move around in. That's absolutely, it has to be at the heart of it. There has to be a measure of success. And while I welcome the target, it does make me concerned that those things will be kind of will fall by the wayside.
Yeah, there is a danger we go for the number and then we end up with unsustainable locations.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to open this up for a conversation. Have we got any thoughts, contributions, challenges to what we've heard so far? Please. I don't know if we've got a mobile. Oh, we do have one. But can you maybe all at the front so we'll be able to hear you? I'll repeat the question, but there's another.
Make use.
Look at that photo. A wonderful invitation to rewrite a flawed story. Can't thank you enough for that. I just had one thing stuck out to me as being a bit odd. When you were imploring us to rewrite that story, which was purpose-led, inclusive, radical citizenship, you also said you wanted to be rules-based. What sort of stories come when we write them with rules? And can you explain a little bit more specifically why you talked about rules-based?
Yes, I thought that might be a bit of a controversial one. Yes, rules can sound rigid or inflexible or not particularly creative, but actually I think that rules are about clarity and fairness and are a way for people's voices to feed into a better story. So the way that I think about public involvement in the planning system currently is almost like a kind of a tug of war. It's sort of you either have sort of too much or too little voice, and the government currently is sort of trying to remove the public voice to streamline the process. But I think that it misses the real focus of what is really important, which is the quality of that conversation and the quality of that democratic involvement. And I think that in a rules-based system, if you were to actually bring the democratic involvement upstream in the rule setting part of the conversation, really deeply involve a representative group, panel of the public in different local areas to answer those big questions about what they want their local area to be like, what will help them to, what will bring that to life, what they want life to be like there. I think if you can use that conversation to inform a set of rules that reflects their needs and their interests, I think that is the foundation for rewriting a positive story. I don't see that as decreasing democratic involvement. If that answers your question.
Any other questions? Gentlemen over there. Thanks, Matt. I don't know how we managed to get the portfolio need for housing to thank you though.
Just echo the thanks for that thinking and really refreshing. I'm going to look at future design thinking, definitely. I wanted to ask, we've got 4 years left of the 5-year parliament. We're talking about a radical system change, which I entirely support, and there are things we can do now. You give us 1, 2, 3 things we could implement this month or year that might help that.
I think that actually setting up citizen panels and thinking more creatively about the conversations that local authorities and indeed house builders developers are having with local communities is something that can happen relatively quickly. It needs some good thinking and it needs some resource behind it, but it doesn't really need a system-wide change to get that stuff up and running. What I was talking about was, is a fundamental rewiring, and sure, maybe that won't happen in 4 years' time. I want to sort of aim high, but I think that actually, change happens slowly and then all at once. And I think that actually, adding in new opportunities for communities to get involved and for new groups within society to contribute to the conversation is all part of momentum for change. Yeah.
Any other, oh, we've got, sorry, in the back.
Thank you. And just to ask you that, Simon Prescott, Chairman of Tour. Lucy, if you don't mind me saying, I thought I'd just read out some words I scribbled whilst you were talking. Eloquent, considered, intelligent, and kind. So well done. I thought you nailed describing the problem. And it was having an echo of thinking about, is the issue about needing to make decisions that have long-term benefits but a bit of short-term pain. Personal, as a father of 11-year-old twins, I'm increasingly thinking of longer-term, what's the future going to be like for them. I guess I'm wondering, how do we persuade the authors of those stories to make decisions that have long-term benefits, but persuade them to take a bit of short-term pain right now? And I guess if you were Secretary of State for a year, elected mayor for a month, what would you be doing now to, as one of those authors, or to persuade other authors to do the right thing?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that sort of gets to the heart of it. And I mentioned trade-offs at one point in my talk. There are lots of trade-offs. There are trade-offs that balance short-term benefit versus long-term need. There are trade-offs about numbers versus quality. There are lots of difficult decisions to be made, and the answer is not everybody is going to be happy, let's say, but it means that the process of getting to that answer is as important as the final answer that you get to. You have to bring people with you along the way. You have to give people an opportunity to fit in, and you have to give people you have to treat them as adults and actually sort of explain what those trade-offs are. I think that too often when politics gets involved, and I'm not against politics obviously, but when politics gets involved, the things become distorted, and it's not possible to sort of make the right decision. So I think that participation processes and deliberative methodologies that I'm a big champion of, clearly, are a way of actually confronting and fleshing out those trade-offs, not sort of pretending that they don't exist. And I think that you can stretch the Overton window, you can push what's possible when you get people to own the problem, and not just sort of feel as though, someone's imposing something on them. Car dependency, moving away from car dependency in new developments is a particular case in point. I would love to see some genuine discussion and debate with people about how to move away from that, because if you ask people what they want on a new housing development, there will be lots of car parking spaces. And if you ask people what they're worried about with a new housing development coming down their street, it will be about the traffic. These are real problems. You can't just sort of wish that people didn't think these things, or that we had different sort of way of getting about. We have to confront that head on and sort of understand what the trade-offs are. Unless you do that, you won't get anywhere.
Yeah, it's a good point, isn't it, that people very often don't realise what they're asking for is part of the thing they're concerned about. And interestingly, you can tell by my broad southwest accent, I spent a lot of time in London, and in London, where effectively we've got fantastic transport network. There has been no car schemes in the planning system for years, but it does show the interdependency with other critical bits of infrastructure, doesn't it? Because you design everything, you can travel without a vehicle,
but it means it has to be an integrated system, and, you know, the SDS and the wider strategy has to connect, and it does, it connects the transport, but it's a very different proposition in the southwest, and the rural community in something like London. The tension has to be there, because we talked about this new system where, I'm going to just focus it, we got a lot of politicians in the room here, so maybe deliberately do so, where I guess the role of the politician will change. And I think it's just worth exploring that bit, maybe get a few politicians chipping in this way. In your model, what's the role of the democratically elected councillor, MP, regional?
I think that a lot of politicians are all different parts of the system, and officers and so on are often nervous about bringing them up in, because it feels like ceding that control. Whereas I see it as a great opportunity to create a better change, to create a change narrative, and to use that power to do bolder and bigger things. So I think that politicians, the role in that, sort of a rewired system is to actually work much more closely with a broader range of the public, and to properly work out with local communities where the alignment is, what actually good looks like for meeting, and to work with them to do that. I think it's about sort of the leadership. I think needs to come in earlier on in the kind of that convening and to feed into the SDS or the local plan. Less about kind of using them as kind of divisive, kind of tool-related line, which, yeah.
So we've got any, Robin, some observations from our politicians. So I think at the moment, the current system encourages politicians to be the arbiters of planning application, and you're encouraging them to lead something else.
Yeah.
Good morning. Robin Moss, I'm the Baines Councillor, leader of the Labour Group, Labour Representative of North Baines Council. I think councillors have, my experience, councillors have a responsibility to listen to their residents. And actually there are more residents who are NIMBYs than there are NIMBYs. But maybe what the residents are asking for isn't necessarily be able to be delivered in what is a building environment. For example, Council needs, I represent Westfield, one of the coal mining villages in North East Somerset. And I look at two groups of people within my community. There are the young people who want a place of their own, who want to live within their own community. And you've got older people who live in a 3-4 bedroom house, but the families left home who actually want to move and downsize, but want to remain within their own community. And who wouldn't? What young people wouldn't want their own community? Grandma and granddad and doing what it comes to. That isn't necessarily simply about building housing. It's actually looking at people are living in the wrong house to actually change that, and how you actually do that. And I'm looking at the housing leads just in front of me from I'll give you conversations on how we can actually do that. As a politician, I think we've been asking the wrong questions towards the wrong solutions, rather than asking ourselves, where do we want to go? What do we want housing solutions to look like? And that just simply is not simply about building, it's about what happens start with as well.
Thank you. We've got a couple of questions. We've got 3. Maybe let's try to do all 3 if we can remember all 3, so we can get 3 question is answered, I'm conscious that very shortly Helen will be included as well, so we need to take start the time.
Hi, Kim Shane Carter from Italy Regeneration. It was actually just responding to the question there. Previously worked in Southwark Council in Suffolk, and we did a very pioneering project to better kids. So asking the questions of the people that are living in the larger size housing, why the stock that is available to move into isn't the stock that they want to move into. Working out what is it that the people that could go outside and reduce the extra bedrooms actually want. And often it's that they've got a house at the moment that has 3 bedrooms or 4 bedrooms, but they still want their guests to be able to stay. And so the decision to have 1.5 size, so basically a double bed with a single bed for a grandchild to come and stay. And that unlocked a huge number of people who were willing to move into that. But current policy doesn't allow that to happen in terms of being able to get a new house which isn't immediately needed, i.e. an extra bedroom. But that did release a lot of bedrooms back into the system. So I think things like that also need looking at to unlock things that are available.
And that's about listening to and then responding to what you're hearing policies to allow that to happen. We have another colleague there, and then Eleanor at the front as well.
My name's Sarah. I was on the council of the Club of Ireland, which is a rural community. I think the elephant in the room when you're actually trying to engage the community is actually the trade-off of what local residents can get from housing development and how much is that in the community. We don't think enough in our plan system about building spaces that everyone can kind of benefit from. That is the key, actually, getting local people on board. Quite often, and especially in rural locations, you'll get very small clusters of housing. You might get 20 to 30, which might sound a lot to some people, but actually isn't enough in housing terms. It usually isn't enough to provide affordable kind of council housing, and also that you can utilize space additional facilities. It's a conversation we're trying to have with offices in banks for our local growth. If they're looking at healer sites and choosing what goes into the local plan and what that could actually look like, but then there's a sort of gap between that what the councils are ordering and then what you can get from others or what they're looking to kind of negotiate in terms of housing. So we need to not forget it's not about just targeting everything all our things, but it's actually about the green spaces, the community rooms, and those other things that building sustainable communities in place where people actually want to stay, thrive, and survive.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm the other half of Robin Moss, also represent I've been on the planning committee in Baines for 17 years. I spend an awful lot of time explaining to residents how the system works, apologising for the fact there's an A4 square negative into a lamppost not very near to the site, announcing that there's a consultation on the planning application. And the system is so complicated for the ordinary resident and for the ordinary working person who doesn't have the time to research, build up a strong case, doesn't have the money to take the council to judicial review. But the real nub of the problem I've found as a member of the planning committee is that we spend quite a long time discussing controversial applications. We come to some kind of compromise with the officers and applicants. It looks good, and then it's not built. We have 3,000, and these are Robin Moss's figures, but I'm not sure they're right. 3,000 unbuilt consents in the area. We have, I'm partly responsible for a site that had consent for 64 dwellings and has not been built. That's as a director of the park. And so it goes on, what can we do just to get the existing consents built, that's my. I think it's just people understand.
Yeah, I mean, that's such an important issue that you raised. I think, you know, just to the system where trust is completely disappeared, you know, but yeah, if somebody chooses to respond to consultation, put their time and effort in, and then the thing that's built or the thing that's built isn't quite like what expected to build. And a simple, where I live in London, there's a big redevelopment of the High Street area, and because housing development that are going to be housing it's just being smashed to sort of 12%, and the local community is furious up in arms and protesting and that trust is just completely gone because it feels like it's been made that's then gone back on. I don't have an answer to your question, I'm afraid, what exactly to do to change that. But I do think it would need to be laser focused on where the points are in the system where trust can be built or where it's gone, and to try and rectify those, because when trust is gone, it's so much harder to get down. I'm sorry, I do think there is something in the rules-based approach that we're able to make a stronger link between what
Well, first of all, you sing really well, and massive job to get you to do this at the beginning. And I just want to, and I do agree with the rules. And I just want to respond to the lady, the second lady above, who talked about giving something back. So I mentioned this last time, but there's a lot more you can do this time. About 15 years ago, when Kate was dismantled by Coin Girls by David Cameron, what we were doing back then at Kate, we were looking at why this country had NIMBYs with the word YIMBY or MIMBY hadn't been used, using the term NIMBY. Why that wasn't the case in parallel countries, so we're talking about Northern European countries, why the concept of NIMBY didn't exist. And it was all because people, when they had new houses built, would welcome it because of what they were getting. So it was a generosity and the kindness that was given to the existing communities that were there. And what did that always consist of? It consisted of a number of things that we measured. What was the quality? So when you looked at it, there was beauty involved, and that's a difficult concept. But there was a thing about that the housing that was being built was not going to reduce the value of the place that I lived in because the housing was lovely and well conceived. So, and that's not any kind of particular architecture. It was well conceived, good designers, well thought out. It always gave things back in terms of sporting facilities, education, health, all of those things, places to walk your dog, bicycle lanes, all of those things that can enhance our lives. So things that wouldn't have been able to be afforded, could be afforded. Now, so that's pretty obvious stuff. Why don't we? That's the question. And we don't deliver quality in general. When you look at what the Barratts, the Taylor Wimpey's deliver, it's very rare that they deliver quality. So we have to why. There's a number of reasons, and this is where the rules come into, and where there has to be serious policy change. You can blame them. You can blame them for lack of quality because they care about return on investment. So they have investors and they want the kind of returns that are sometimes immoral. But that's a capitalist economy, and we're not going to change that. But what we can do is give them more leeway, and that will only come with land value. What they're testing at the moment in some Northern European countries is to reduce the the profit that you can make on land. If you build, I would imagine now, if you
That's it, so I'm only because of that.
Yeah.
Quickly, I want to get that conversation in.
We will talk about later is the fact that if you own some farming land around here, you could get an uplift of minimum of 75 times, maybe up to 200 times within the M25 or around here. That means immediately there's no money left to do anything good, and the money goes into the few, the people who own the land. Until we cap that, and we could cap it. We could cap it at 25 times the value of it as farmland. It's greed. Ultimately, there's greed. It's not just from the house builders, it's from us, the public as well. Pension funds, farmers. There's greed all over the place. And until we cap that greed rules, we're never going to change it.
Thank you. I'm conscious that I've probably kept you there, but you wouldn't be able to answer that video on stage. Alex, I will come back to your promise. It's just that I want to say that's thank you to exactly you've opened the site really well. I think you've opened up in a way that clearly people are engaging, they want to talk to you, and you are saying to talk about so you'll be able to ask listening questions throughout the morning. So ladies and gentlemen, please give Lucy a massive thank you. So last time, I guess most of you would have seen Helen. Helen very kindly agreed to do housing hustings in Bath at the last minute. So we've met a couple of times, but it's been a whirlwind because you really have come at the right time, and it's really early in your tenure, and I'm conscious you must have a million things to do. So we're super proud to prioritise us and to talk about housing and to come and meet us again. I think you have some things to say, but I think it's worth saying that, Helen, you went to London, didn't you? You did, but you are a local person, you grew up here, your kids grew up here, you've been a local councillor, you worked in business, so you are very much rooted here. This is your home, isn't it? Something that really matters to you. And so I guess the power of home has been something that's been critically important throughout, and you must see the realities of the difficulty to you of not having good quality housing, as a not just as a politician, but because of everyday life. So before we have a conversation, I think you want to say a few words, really.
Yeah, just touching for time. And firstly, I apologise for arriving late and you guys are checking things around. It was the joy of public transport, which is another one. So go me. So I didn't change. Just about everything. So massive apologies and thank you for accommodating me. So I'm only here for 10-15 minutes, but I suppose just to kind of quick reflection on the first couple of months, I think this is week 9 or 10 for me. I'm sort of starting to lose count, which I think means I can stop saying I'm new and just I have to own it all now. But as I said in the campaign, I think public transport is one of our key challenges across the region, followed, very closely by housing. I think what we experience in the West of England is the kind of acute face of a housing crisis. I was reading some stats this week in preparation for today, and I think your average house price in Somerset is over 400,000. And I think there's this horrible statistic that in some parts of Bath, it's 18 times the average salary. And so, as well as it being a kind of housing question, practical solutions, what levers we can pull, I think it's also a question of what do we want to be? Do we want somewhere like Bath, it's glorious city of which we're also proud? Do we want to accept that whenever people are not going to be able to exactly work there? Do we make that commitment? And in that case, where do we want to build and how do we work? My view is that it's not an opportunity before we settle on that. But we've got complications, right? Because we've got this beautiful UNESCO World Heritage Site. It must be protected. We've got communities going up in Ford who, I think this goes to what actually, that we can do stuff there, but unless people who already know see the benefit, feel the benefit of that doesn't work either. And I think that's where problem number one starts to dovetail in, because what we
said to government, we really want to help people think about this because we need them to keep our economic activity where it needs to be and to create more jobs. But we can only do that if you help people because at the minute people can't move around and we're overheating and we've got brain drain because people can't see how they can build the life in a minute. So they're all huge challenges, but I think we're way beyond the kind of mechanisms of housing we run into. Who are we? What's our story and where do we want to go?
Lots there, and I'm conscious that you're thinking, gosh, there's so much to do. How am I ordering? How am I prioritising? But in your first 3 weeks, do you think that regional that what good look like in the first 3 weeks? It's the same thing, or maybe the first 12 months will be surprised by something else. And what is success would look like first year in office?
Yeah, okay, so I don't think it has changed. The advantage I've had is that I am from here. Everything I think I can test with my mum, my cousin, my sister, my neighbours, and just so I'm not coming at it from a kind of policy perspective or from an industry perspective. I moved back, one of the reasons we moved back from London about 15 years ago was because my husband's from Merseyside and we could have gone, I lived in Merseyside, could have gone either way, but we go back to this country, we think the kids are more likely to stay there and more likely not to then go to London. Genuinely, I don't know if that's true anymore, because if one of them decides to be a teacher, how do they then get a ladder? How do they then provide for their family? So these are kind of more these are real life challenges. In terms of kind of how we get judged, I think the baseline, I'm going to be really frank, the baseline was, in terms of having a met for the West of England, I felt like what that meant to people. So I've got to run with that. And really what we want is people to see that there's a benefit to having one authority, to having this male figure. And I think we can do that in a couple of ways. We can do that by proving that government relationships are good and the government are listening to us. And I think by securing that £750 million in the spending review, which is what we asked for, and did a lot of work on that for the first couple of weeks in office, which meant we CLG and others, that felt good. So that we did what we asked for, and the Porter's headline, government's written and asked for funding for that. We did some work under pre-election on that, so that feels good. I think we've proven that we've got those relationships with government and government listening to us and they understand the offer from us. And the other big thing for housing is the partnership which I signed in brief, and I think in my conversation before, but if we think across all the levers we've got, so we've got that relationship with housing and we've got that board, which I attend with colleagues from Bain and with the other industry properties, we can start to shape what are the sites that we're looking at, what are the interventions that we might need, how do we access that social housing money that we're talking about, what's our kind of approach collectively. So that's really, really important for us, and I think if we could start to demonstrate that partnership, along with that partnership with government, is significant, then I think we'll start to see the value of this. And then there's the other things we can do. Kids are trying to put this up on buses. So from next Friday or next Saturday, every child over 16 across the whole week, whichever bus operator they take, you can get the bus, and go to school. I think that's going to be a huge boost for families in terms of that pressure. What do you do with them? Haven't had that conversation at home yet, actually. And I think, there's something about giving our kids the ability to go and explore, actually, and go and be a bit independent and all the well-being benefits and all of that. So there's some policy stuff I can do out of that. And then there's this much bigger conversation. And then the emission bill we've got for Parliament yesterday for its first reading. And that is significant, 300-page document,
but that is all about shift of power into regions. And for you guys, that's going to be about how planning, powers, we're going to be able to work way better. It's going to be easier to have development corporations or other vehicles. We can talk about land manufacture. We can do all of that stuff. And you know, for Bath and Somerset, that's A4, Bath Rose Corridor, that's Summer Valley, that's Bath. So the foundations are being laid. It will take goodwill, and it will take, just like today, people coming together across the public sector and the private sector. I'm not really interested in developing bad guys. Councils are terrible. It's got to make people. And then, of course, you've got a spatial development strategy, which will do all of that. And we try and draw a judgment of what this place looks like, how we meet our housing needs, but how we find the commercial space we need to find, how we get our transport corridors. And that's a significant piece of work that will require a real collegiate and a real positive approach by everyone.
Well, you sound like you know pretty much what you're going to do already. I think what a fantastic time to be a mayor. You know, when mayors become part of delivering real economic prosperity. HMDB, the Housing and Mission Delivery Board, is here to support Bath and Somerset in delivering their economic strategy. Here we have someone that can really make a difference in the region. I think you can. I look around and go, we're here as reasons for you. I think there's no one in this room, I don't think, that doesn't do the best for you. And I guess the question is, or the point I want to make is, what do you need from us to be successful? Because this is an opportunity for us to really collaborate to deliver the housing and infrastructure. This region is, you know, if we're going to take any messages about how we can support you in really getting West of England on the map, to get the central government to take it really seriously. And I think it's no secret that before you arrived, that probably wasn't the case. And we have an army of people here that are what's the messages you have from them?
I mean, I think this sort of process that we're going to go through now, that is going to be a huge piece of work, and that's going to require people to come into together and maybe put their sort of specific business interest aside, or their specific sort of place in society, and try and look at that. You know, I'm really keen, and this is huge because of what I'm really keen we do that from the West of England perspective as much as we can. We've had really clear steer from government that needs to include North Somerset. So that is the 4 unitary authorities. So John Wilkinson is going to kind of steer by Alex and West and the team. And so I think that's going to be a kind of call out for kind of their ideas, but also to work together where necessary. And I do think this is a bit of a disruptive point, but I do think that specifically in Bath, there needs to be a conversation about what does Bath look like going forward, what's the, you know, what is the housing answer? Is it to push everything we're here for? Is it to do something in Bath? Is it to look at Summer Valley and then have some connections with that? So I really think that sort of strategic conversation. We know that Feds will start their local plan process, and those conversations will be very live. But I think I'm not interested in kind of isolating or alienating any kind of one authority saying, well, if we're going to be a Bath they are paying. That's not it's we've all got needs, we've all got people on the housing waiting list, we've all got people that cannot afford to live in our places and work. So we've all got the same problems, and we've got to find a way of doing that. And the more diverse voices there are, and the more willingness to listen is, we can make some progress on that.
Fantastic. We heard it here. I'm conscious of time. How long have you got there? I was fascinated this week. I know it's a bit unfair, because in The Guardian this week, reading preference, there was Burnham launched the Greater Manchester Strategy, and he said it's anchored on housing first, and the idea that without foundations of a good home, everything else becomes difficult. And it says, from now on, housing will be recognised as a preeminent public policy. Freeing our city region from the grip of the housing crisis will be our #1 priority. And I looked at that and thought, I agree with that. It is such a fundamental enabler. I wouldn't like and I guess you said housing is clearly one of your priorities. But it is interesting, isn't it, that he's someone down the track, he's got a particular relationship with the government, a lot more powers. He's come to the conclusion after all these years, and he said, when you put everything aside, housing is the start to everything else, whether that's good education, whether that's health. But probably a close question. I guess your thought on that.
I mean, obviously, I think that there's something, you're right, and he's 9 years in. So what he's done transport first, and got that to a place where the rest of the country is pretty envious of what they've got there. He then did a lot of work around skills, which I've really got in my sort of female life, setting up those technical education pathways. We're really time to talk about skills in terms of, that's one of our barriers, isn't it? But that sort of institutionally. And then the housing point. I grew up in my first home in Bristol was a flat in Stoke Croft, which many people know, like the flats that sit behind Stoke Croft. And then my parents got rehoused in, I think it was 1947, into a brand new council house out on the sort of south side of Bristol, the edge of Bristol. That was brand new, 37 house, mix of houses, bungalows, and flats. Lots of older people that were pre-price post-war built on the side of the farm, and the huge square in the middle, and a huge patch of ground in front of our house that we owned as kids. That we made films, we made radio shows, we had this brick, walking onto the Fring Valley. And then I came, and they were able to buy that for £11,000 and they're still in it now. But that house was never replaced, and that's the point, isn't it? So I think what Andy talks about is that right to buy opportunity, which I'm not sure. And why wouldn't they? What happens after that is for me the start of this kind of great demise in terms of how housing became housing homes, because then it became assets, and then everything changes, psychology changes. So there's something about Andy goes back along integrated settlement, which means you can spend the money less from government how it is. I can't do that, and I can't apply for that until I out of this value notice that was slapped on the season. We're about a year or so from being even after that. But we're doing all the work to try and get there. But once we get there, then we can start to be a bit more agile. But I also think that we have to recognize really good looks, skills, and built on very different heritage to Manchester. We are not, we've got around food, but it's we don't have that great industrial heritage. We can't industry into homes. We're talking about farmland. We're talking about a group of people that are very and passionate about that landscape. So we, our times are very different. Rabbits is a great example of something that I think is working well. The heritage element of that has been done beautifully, but they were built on an airfield. That's a different technology to building that could be cultivated in the orphanage. So, we've got challenges, but as somebody who I feel quite empowered to have those conversations in a way that makes it.
Yeah. I'm going to resist asking for questions, otherwise we won't get in. I think you've got in us, as I say, an army in the housing sector that is behind you to deliver the homes we really need, not just in Wales, but in the West of England. I think we all recognise that we don't see boundaries in those. They go to work, they go to to social settings in different parts, we have to collaborate. And I think we heard, I think Wayne was talking about, I think it was Wayne, but certainly someone said, politicians need to think about the pain that might need to be lost or taken in order for longer term gain. And I get from your ask of us that part of what we need to do politically and also I think corporately take that pain, because some of the things we need to do in the interest of our region will give us the gain, but they will be difficult to go and get across to the public really. And that's part of the challenge, is how do we bring the local community with us.
That services first approach, which I think that's it. We've got to be able to say, this is, you know, sorry, I'm going on now, I'm not sure. The NHS strategy, that healthy religion and it's about community-led health. You know, this is what we've got to be smart. We've got to be weaving all of that stuff into it, and that's the planning we do. We've got to recognise that we've got to give people a sense that you can have more by having these houses. You can get your train station, you can get your new school, you can get your access to the shops and all those things. It's got to be done mindfully, sympathetically, but we've got to rest.
Right, I'm going to bring this to a close on the basis we're going to take a break. I'm hoping we're going to have a third next year, and we'll make sure we invite you early on. And I'm hoping by then we will actually start delivering some stuff as well, and it will be either some way in or close to the end of getting an SDS that we all love and want to get.
No, that's ambitious.
No, let's be ambitious. Colleagues, please, big round of applause. Okay, so I think we're going to have a coffee break right now for 15 minutes. Coffee's up there, but as I say, because there's a lot of you, try and use upstairs as well. And then please be back in time where I'm going to hand over to my colleague and we're going to have a conversation, the Housing Assembly conversation. See you in a moment. Thank you so much. That's all right. You're a good man. You're not leading from the front. I mean, I don't know. I don't think the acoustics here are brilliant. They're not. I'm surprised actually how clear you are. Yeah, because I'm shouting. Actually, yeah, we got the sites. And it's only really the size of soldiers. So we've got the local plan starting now, the SDS kicking off. So what at the time?
Overtly answer the question, you kind of around the question. Why don't you make it regional?
Yeah. So Lou's on holiday in Spain. I'll send him a message the other day. So no. So I think one of our clients in the end, we didn't bloody get you involved, did we? So sorry, you did ask. Anyway, it's lovely to see you. Good to see you. So you're early. Oh, yes, you did. Where did that all go? Are we coming next Tuesday? Yeah, she probably did visit, so we've got to come to see Albury, and then we're going to go take her to see one of the housing schools. So she just get brand new sleep to some pretty old boy they live in, kids really love it there. It's one of those places I go to. It's not anyway, so she get a good mix. She's here for 3 or 4 hours. She's that's quite a bit. Quite a lot. I was a bit lonely the other day. Because I didn't want to rate on everyone's play because we had done so well. I've done the maths and I've just on some months too. I basically think these are unbelievable government numbers and just those 2 parts. Might start getting our recommendation. I look at the other you get me? It's like, we've got all the stuff we asked for, all this stuff I didn't ask for, and I'm trying to add it up. And I'm thinking, that wasn't given, that was all given, that was stuff I haven't read the anyway, all I'm saying, I felt bad afterwards. I was sort of raining things fresh. I just started saying, listen, it's amazing what it's like. It's really good. But, and then subsequently, someone emailed saying, can you help me with help us with modeling and convergence? Because they're going to try and see between that. Anyway, I just pressed enough because I think you'll do. David. I did say that because when you talk about he was saying you guys were together last night. And then thanks again. Less than 12 hours after. I heard last night. Did you hear about it? I got an email last night and I said, look, you might need to yeah, you nothing, yes. Well, I'm not supposed to tell you. I'm aware of the issue as of right. What I think is and then you've got 10 if you manage the shop, if you manage the Tesco's, you manage the whole building, so I wasn't at the meeting, so it was a little bit. Originally, fine. We agreed to have a look. He said, oh yeah. Well, they put in last night. They put in damage. Are you leaving? Okay, well, my concern is if it's quite steep, we can sort of, there's mitigations. It's not assuring. It doesn't say exactly full open, it also doesn't say this is sound. So she's going to get a second opinion. It's that because fire safety, one thing for mitigation, fire safety, I'm not aware of any. Well, she's going to send me a WhatsApp later on. I said, I'm going to see you. Conversation no immediate but one call manager can brief the customer's cold I was 3 days. So, call manager got everything to do with this and everything else. I wasn't all right, so you can tell us where they are. Chairs. Oh, did you do this? Is that all right? Well, in which case it's really. You were doing a great job. Sorry that you one Andrew sorted out this
We would have been great. Yeah, sorry. That's it, isn't it? Yes, that's you. Yeah. Moving a bit so we start on this side. We're asked to get 2 more chairs.
I was thinking, you should get Rick to film.
Well, she told me she was leaving 25 minutes ago.
She's still there. I grab her.
She won't want to do anything else.
She won't want to do any filming.
She won't. No, we've got to sign it.
All right then.
Yeah, but I think we'll be pushing it, unfortunately.
Really?
It would be great.
You sure?
Yeah, I don't think there's any point.
It's like not to be constant.
Oh, thank you. I'll sort them out.
Some people don't have coffee upstairs, but
That's fine. We can have a long break. Getting ready, so there's no rush. That, we've got the mics are all here. We've got one of them away. We've got more people here, so that's fine. So this is the link. So you've got the links that you can.
I've got that.
Yes. Yeah. That's the first one.
Does that play automatically? I click that again. Yeah, but how do I get to that?
So you do all tab. And then tab along to their discussion. Or I can do it for you. And that's the
so when that last one, then I need to go back to the whole. Or maybe you just.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I'll do that.
Then I can just click on there.
On the website, yeah. You just need to click that's the first one.
The first one is that looks fine.
So keep it. Right, all right. Presentation page.
That's good. Yeah, that's great as well. So it's one, two. I'll just do 1, 2. I'm just going to do 2.
Something else to make the
Okay. So I'll just do 1, 2.
And then I'll get you back.
So maybe you can do that and I can read them out.
Yeah. That's fine.
Got you that.
That's a good way to start.
She was very good. It's been a good start. And also,
Some of it, maybe, then I'll do the turn down this. And I'll move across so that
so from here, it goes in that exactly.
That's your holding one. Once everything else is been done, once you play the video and see it, once you go down to
Right,
that.
oh, there you go back there. That's well done.
Yeah. And then you see pictures, video, website, review, and end up that side again. So if you just come back to that. And then when you're done, so we got this stuff. Yeah, when you're done, if you think it's about the floors and stuff, and something. Well, yeah, but we probably don't really want to start talking about it.
This is the first panel I've done. Just stick your hands up. Oh, you all do? Requisition. Right way. Jump now. Good time policy. Like, this has gone well so far. Nice.
So I'll just leave this this will be my free. These people well, no, I'm getting a message about where it's at. I know you're right. I'm like,
Don't make me really offensive. Oh, we've got 10 minutes now. I haven't even thought about it, but seeing your face.
I talk to my kids who are 17 and 19. So, work exists. They're like, yeah, that's just what people do. And then we can sign up to the website, wait to read that, wait to read the main argument is none of it works. All you tend to hear is the picture of people saying, I don't believe it. Yeah, great job, Greg. You can help me whatever. But just be aware that when it's on, it's on. So lots of things about the slightly complicated. So anything you need. Can we return to 6, please, everyone?
Yeah. You're right. Co-host, mate. So.
You good?
I went to
One. Test.
pretty much everybody.
Welcome back, everybody. Next 45 minutes, hopefully, will be interesting for you. My name's Wayne Hemingway. Was here a year ago, and like I said earlier, we talked about bringing the voices of the housing crisis into this a little bit. So we set up this thing called the Housing Assembly, and there's a website which you can go on if you haven't seen it. And we went out into Bath town, or Bath, as we call it, town centre, and out to Keynsham and various places. And we just literally put that in the town centre, and people could tell us without much prompting what housing meant to them and what they needed from housing, and their thoughts and their solutions. And it's amazing when you give people the chance to have that they do anyway. And we've started to upload a lot of that onto the website. And a bit about it here, I think we'll play a film. It's all been all over the news for a number of years, this kind of the housing crisis. You know, there's hundreds of thousands of people around the UK who either can't afford to get on the housing ladder, or can't get social housing of any kind. This area, that's Northeast Somerset, top 4 most expensive places in the UK. And something has to be done about it. We've had too many years, not in my backyard. We're going to do something about it here in Northeast Somerset. We're going to start trying to build that unity movement. We're going to build a portal where we talk to each other and engage and exchange views and be a community that talks about how can we start to deliver more homes. We're also going to visit pop-up, like a pop-up postcard section where you'll be able to write a postcard to your council, to a local developer, to a housing association, and you can leave your message there for
I'm quite fortunate to have a job at the university and to be able to afford to live off, but I know so many people that I studied with and unfortunately had to relocate elsewhere, even if they wanted to stay here. We need more affordable housing, and that would solve all of things, I guess, kind of like social housing, council housing.
I have been applying for in 3 times so far, and it's been a bit hard. It's very competitive to find a house.
As a young person, I think the system is absolutely broken. It's incentivize people who are starting investments.
All the strongest voices when it comes to climate goes to those people who shut up. The people often don't want social housing in their areas.
And this is a live thing, so I think with my assistant here, Danny McGee, I think is the name. Some of you will get that one. The lovely Debbie McGee, actually. Remember when she asked? Do you remember that thing about digressing a bit? What was the famous one from the brilliant Carolina? Yeah, what attracted you to the millionaire Paul Dennis? Right, so if we just look at I'm going to check anyone that's just come in here, because nearly every one of them.
It's not on the screen, so only you can see this.
Right, only I can see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not in 30 seconds.
Okay, right, okay. I'm clicking on the latest one that's just come in, so people can post on this website, and I'd really, it'd be great if you could go on it and spread it as far as you can. Somebody's just come on, and you type in, you put in what your headline is, and it says, this is by somebody called Carmen Herrera. You can put your name, or you don't have to. 4 years sleeping on the sofa, disabled, abusive household. So I'm going to click on that, and I'm going to read out what she says. The mouse has disappeared. Help me, Debbie. In a much higher voice, after a relationship ending in 2019, I became homeless and needed to move into my parents. Due to the nature of their relationship, the only room available was the sofa. I've been sleeping fetal on the sofa for 4 years now. I have Ehrlich's palsy, metalwork in my leg after a fall, which causes pain and difficulty in walking, chronic migraine syndrome, asthma, fibromyalgia, ADHD, and CPTSD. There are elements of emotional abuse and control from one of my parents, which has increased since their retirement last year. I have supporting notes from my GP, psychiatrist, hospitals, and therapists, but the highest I was eligible for was B, despite the utter desperation and mental health decline. I check for properties every week on Home Search and apply for the amount I am allowed, which is limited to a few. Recently, there have been 0 eligible properties for a disabled single person, as I'm only entitled to a studio or 1 bedroom. I've been doing everything I can, and I'm under extreme pressure with my parents no longer having a living room. I am on benefits due to being unfit for work and the highest rate of PIP. I have no independence, no support, no belonging. I don't know how much longer I can cope. So that's just coming. The next, I'm going to go back to the next one. Well, I don't want to depress us all too much, and I haven't read these either. So the next one, the one that came in just before that, it's called, she's called Bethany, and she's named it, sorry about this, scroll down. Middle people get stuck in the system. I have lived in Bath my whole life, worked since I was 13, and I'm getting no support. I've been homeless since February, yet I've been told specifically that I am not a priority. I've been told by the housing options people to sleep in my car that doesn't lock from the inside. I don't have savings. I cannot afford to private rent with what I earn a month on top of the bills. This is a working person. And other outgoings, which have all just been cut down to just my car. Other people I know on a very personal level have places to live and being moved up plans and offered priorities and solutions. What do you have to be classed as being a priority? Just because people work doesn't mean they shouldn't be made a priority. To be told as a mentally vulnerable woman to continue sleeping in a car that does not lock and wait until I can afford to rent privately. So these things are coming in all the time. And you know, I don't think any of us in here, very few of us have experienced anything quite like that. I know nobody in my family has, and I know that I haven't. And it's pretty upsetting. You want to put a holding slide? All right. So we've gathered 3 people here today, and I'm just going to go in no particular order. We'll start at the side and tell us just tell us who you are, what you do, and the situation that you're in, and also any views that you've got on it.
Okay, so my name is Emma. I originally private rented, so I private rented for a long time. I worked full time, and then I came out of an abusive relationship with a child. This meant I then went into a housing association, which is where I've just moved recently again. But I was on the transfer list for a year. See, that was not fit for purpose at all. So I think for me the biggest thing is how quickly. I don't think really it happens to them. You can be in a situation where everything is fine, you are working full time, paying rent, having to live in property, and then something happens and immediately you're in a position such as that you just sort of spoken about, and I don't think that gets talked about, and maybe because of the stigma around it. Growing up, we did have our own house. We owned, unfortunately, unexpectedly, my mother passed away, and my dad was a full-time firefighter at the time, had to give up work to look after 3 children. He is now in he's renting and has been for the past 20 years, and there's been no option, even working full-time for him to then get another mortgage. So I think that's kind of the stance I'm coming at through sort of home ownership, then renting. I've also doing support work and seeing the sort of first-hand the housing, how that has affected a lot of people who are in sort of that support community involved. And then on top of that, I suppose I just want to add in the future, that's either is just the lack of housing in general for disabled people. So as I said, I have a child who is disabled, he has high autism. He has no security. I don't own a home. The tenants I have will pass down to him. So when I'm not around, there is nothing for him. There's no housing, there's no support, there isn't anything. For me, obviously, is a work. So I think that's
What's your dream then in terms of how you and the people in your situation?
I suppose more opportunity. I think you sort of get positions such as I'm in, where I'm now a carer, I'm a single parent, and I'm looking after my child for the rest of my life. There are no opportunities for you. So I suppose it's thinking of what opportunities there could be, because there's a huge demographic of people that are in the same position as you, and I think you do sort of get written off because you're in that position.
On? Yeah. Hi, my name is Blake. I'm back in 2017.
having just become estranged from my family to start my degree at the University of I spent big student during the pandemic, and then have had both university managed accommodation, but also practically renting in house and multiple occupancy. And now that I graduated last summer, and I now live in Bath as a private rent, with my hope to build kind of a new home for myself here, has kind of been my aspiration, I suppose, throughout my time here. I currently work with students at the university, my current job at the university, in regards to accommodation and also just general student experience. But I've also worked previously with the union at the university, and have seen firsthand, I guess, the precarious positions that a lot of students can be in their kind of housing arrangements, and how increasingly during the year that's getting harder and harder and less aligned with the kind of realistic finances that students are able to have.
Sorry. Great. Hi everyone. I'm Sue. I'm fully immersed in the housing world. I'm a property specialist, and actually I know quite a lot of you in the room, so hi. But I suppose I'm here not really representing the organisation, to talk about my experience as a young professional living here. I suppose to echo a lot of what's been said already, it's a strange situation that we find ourselves in when somebody who has done everything right by the book is locked out of the market. So my mum and dad rent, they've rented much of my life with once owner and home as well. Leaving my house, I went to university, I was the first time I had to go. I was incredibly proud of that, but it also came down to this, particularly around housing. I had to pick the accommodation that was best suited to me, which was the cheapest, which, you know, was great. I met so many wonderful people during the studying really hard at the degree, and upon leaving, I realised I had nowhere to go back to, because my dad had moved into a much smaller property, one bedroom. And so I ended up living in a HMO, which was particularly challenging at the time because I was with my partner, and it was a 6-bed house in the centre of Bath with people coming and going all the time. It was just a crazy. But again, to kind of real perseverance, and thanks to my partner moving through there, we managed to start renting privately, which was amazing, and something I didn't really. I hadn't really envisioned it for myself, but now we're looking ahead to starting a family and having our lives our own. And that's where we go from here, because you can take the market, the average price is about £400,000 for a starter. To afford that, you need to get about 80 grand. I wonder how many people in this room are lining that or 80 grand. An astronomical amount of money for a young professional. So that there is kind of an immediate challenge. But then the added difficulty is without sort of the bank account, that inheritance, without the deposit, there is no security. And I have a fantastic relationship with my parents, but in the leading up to paying their bills, so I support them where I can. And it means at the end of it, there isn't that much money left over, which is a tricky situation to sort of find yourself in, especially with all of the other demands of today's life, trying to establish a career, push forward, but it's challenging. I think it's fantastic that, I've never been to, I've done lots and lots of conferences. I've never been to a conference with a panel like this, but, I'd say regularly sharing their experience without kind of stigmas attached to it. So, thanks very much for playing the Housing Assembly countries.
You sent me a really interesting email, some stats that you've been researching. And a lot of people here will know those stats, but can you remember any?
I'm lucky enough, I've got all my phone, so I want to make sure I'm getting it right. Okay, so I think the fascinating one, in the late 90s, so not even ago, it was like 30 years, weird thinking about it, because I'm rapidly approaching my 30s. Over half of people my age own their own home. Relatively normal. Now it's about 30% or less than. So there's a massive transition away from them. But what that really means is that home ownership is concentrated on. So you have the over 50s, which are massively benefited from the move of the market, the rates, and all the rest of it. That mean that the concentration of wealth has worked out to £2.8 trillion in housing wealth, about 3/4 of the total in this country is held by people at 50. Of my age group, we have about 6% of that wealth, which is, staggering inefficiency as well as inequality. And so when you look at the sort of knock-on effects of that, in terms of people my age that are eventually going to be propping up, are already incredibly strained pension system, social welfare, all of these really incredibly important parts of that social compact, is unsustainable. It's not going to carry on working in the way that it has for the generations before us. It is a mathematical impossibility.
Blake, would you like to actually on now?
I think I'm at a stage of my life where I can't think that far. So I am 23. I would love to have the security with funds.
It's hard to think at 23, yes, and I'll come on that in a second. Let's say when you're 33, 43, what kind of, well, would you like to be owning a home? Are you really happy renting? Tell us where you'd like to be.
I would love to own a home. I think it gives the ability to make a proper place for yourself and not always have that kind of anxiety in the back of your head that something could go wrong, which I think
is that more important to you than money that you can make?
100%. And I think at the moment that is something that is possible, which is why I don't have a fully formed kind of vision of what that would look like, because I think, especially as someone who is single and would not be looking to buy a house with someone, the amount of money I would have to be earning is something that I don't think I'll get in 10 years' time, let alone 20.
That's an impossibility, which is that's a horrible word to say in life, but it's something that you want to achieve, but it's impossible. Imagine that. I think Emma will know that you said it's impossible. You're saying that you know that. I just want to ask in here, who could you stand up if you're in social housing right now? Right now, living in social housing. Sorry, not nobody on the panel. So nobody. Could you stand up if you're renting in the private sector? Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4 people. Okay. I'm just going to tell my story very, very quickly. At the age of 18, I moved to London from London. By the age of 21, I owned a house. The house was a 3-bedroom Victorian house in northwest London. Paid £22,000. This is maybe a bit sick, but it's important that these things are there. So it was £22,000, 3-bedroom house in northwest London. Just about everybody I knew. I was in bands. We were nightclubs. We all bought houses. We were living. We were able to. Nobody was in a job that worked as in record stores. Nobody was. We weren't lawyers. We weren't economists. Very few nightclubs like that. People worked in fashion shops. You had a normal job, and that normal job, because it's not that wages were 10 pence a week or something. You only have to look at the statistics. It was achievable. That dream allowed the situation that you're in, because I was the first to go to university. I was the first to learn to drive. Nothing was impossible. I was brought up, for a good chunk of my life in a council block. But everybody had that aspiration and knew that they could do it with a bit of progress, a bit of gumption, which all these three have clearly got. That you could do it. Imagine what that does for you as a person, what it does to the economy about starting businesses about ability. It's not just about housing. It's about so much. If we continue like this, we'll drop further behind other countries in terms of business startups. It's not just about a roof over your head. It's about an attitude to going through life and what that attitude can achieve. And there was so much more as well. What was his name? Head of the GLA, Ken Lizards. Yeah. Ken Livingston, yeah. I can't remember it. That's not it. Ken Lizards. So Ken Livingston, he passed the thing where once you got, if you bought an old home, you could get we got 90% of the, we compared a rundown property, we got 90% of it back in terms of you can get the roof fixed, the plumbing done, the electrics. We got 90% of it back. So we made money by, we bought happy houses, we did them up, we sold them, we did it again. The opportunity that we had, and I'm sure that resonates with other people. You know, and it's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair that the rug has been pulled under, and it's not progress. And the disparity between the haves and the have-nots. We know that economically it's grown significantly since we were the age of these. And basically, you know, how we're going to solve it. And that's, I think, when we throw it over to out to you. We've got another 15, 20 minutes to have a discussion. And you know, it won't be me answering, it'll be you. Right. So has anybody got how do we work with questions? Do we pass a mic around?
You've got one, so there might be one somewhere else. All right, so if I run around, I wouldn't want to steal your job, mate.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you for being so open and honest. Wayne, I'll reflect the same. My wife worked for the South full-time salary 30 years ago, and it didn't. What's changed now is huge. My question this morning about trust in the planning system was the next finding that was announced earlier this week from the Competitions and Markets Authority about price fixing within the top 7 house builders. So it was more, it's not a question, I'm afraid, it was more dealing with community engagement, community engaging people properly in the sector, building that trust, which I think is really fundamental. It's also recognising that we need to address the systemic problems that are within the housing system, because of course what you're describing is wealth acquisition. And so if we're going to truly crack the issue of being 500 million homes for everybody, there also needs to be significant work in the system to make house builders more transparent and less focused on creating huge wealth for a very small number of products from new builds.
And that's going to take political activism from within the political system as well. You know, people can't change that. And it's hard to see where that's coming from right now.
I think there's something in there as well about the general housing market and certainly quite nice about the kind of system of way they function. We heard actually pointed to you talking about land prices. I mean, many of you here, those are contractors. I mean, land in this part of England is absolutely to build a house. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, you shout out, is it 30% of your actual build cost on land? That is totally unsustainable. And if we're then looking at how we make that into a functioning marketplace, my view is that it begins with revisiting the land question, hope value.
So, gentlemen,
yeah, you've all articulated really clearly some of the challenges faced in the private rental sector. I wanted to really ask you, what conditions or what things would most inspire you to think again about renting if the conditions were wrong? So what would we as an industry need to do to change the conditions that make renting a viable long-term proposition?
I'm happy to try and answer that one. I think it's probably a huge engagement piece that we need to be picked up. So I don't know if it's informed by my experience renting as a student prior to renting as a professional. But I think it is very clear from the experience that I've had as a student and also seen others have that it's really, I would say that it's very much seen as like a way of easy money and not really like valuing the fact that this is a home that someone lives in for a period of time and would like to treat as a home. So I probably think of many more stories about people not really having that way of challenging those kind of like prejudices where some people who do own houses do, I guess, take advantage of the fact that people don't really know what their rights are. And so I think it is students, I think, but I'm sure it applies also to other young people as well. I think there is something about showing, when I worked in the students' union, it always seemed like that's quite a challenge. Having that kind of community engagement from landlords in those kind of like discussions about what people need in their housing. And so I think more proactive engagement from that would be a really good first step to, I guess, restoring some of that confidence having renting as someone who is likely to be to rent for the future. I think it is that kind of piece about I guess developing that trust again, because I do feel a lot of housing insecurity, like I do obviously, everyone who rents should have like a tenancy agreement I've been through, it's all like as it should be, but I guess it's very precarious despite that. And I know that bill, which I'm not an expert on by any means, but I think something that will help. But I think how people kind of talk to each other about this in a more proactive way.
So this is going to sound like a really simplistic answer, but I think it's I've rented for a really, really long time, and I think it's security. You don't have any security when you're private renting. In some ways, the housing association, you get a lifetime tenancy. You do have that security there if you need it. But in private renting, there's been sort of occasions where we were renting growing up after we sold the house, and the landlord just couldn't say, right, we want you out now because we need to sell, or we want, such and such, however much we want it to be, and that doesn't give the security that we need. And I think that's something that's really off-putting with private renting. And I also think in general that it is a lot less you can do to make it a home. There's a lot more parameters around what you can do. So you can't really decorate that much. You can't do it a lot of that property within reason. But I think things I felt there was security. You couldn't make it a home. You're very aware it is somebody else's home that you were living in. So I think that's it.
And I think that's get discussed enough. This thing about your own home. In 1999, I think it was Richard Rogers who wrote Towards the New Urban Renaissance. Was it called something like that? Red Booklet. And it was touted as this is the way we have to go. And part of it was about we should live more like our European friends, or they were friends. And part of that was that this is Germany and France, a very high level of social people living in rented accommodation. And the narrative in the UK is always that people want to own, an Englishman's home is his castle, is the old one, and all of that lot. And so what we did at Cave, I remember we were always research done on what the equivalent generation, your generation in Germany wanted, and they all wanted access. It was crazy that the young people wanted to own property for all the reasons that you're saying about, not about making money, about that feeling that it's yours and you make it, you can decorate it, you can do what you want with the dogs, and the kids can make much places they like, and all of that kind of stuff about what it means when you have your own home. And it's that feeling of it's, so it's fine, and we do need to do way better with our social housing, build more of it, but we've still got to look at that thing about what ownership means, and that what it, because if housing is the most important thing in our lives after love and relationships, it's where you put your love and your relationships, and there's just something about the warmth of owning, and if we are, and the empowerment that it gives, and if we are, and I know this is, you're social company and everything, but we have to look at what the human psyche of that, and to take that away from it's been away from 2 generations, generation and a half now, and if a generation is 25 years, yeah, it's a generation and a half. It's for the next foreseeable future, generations and generations don't feel that warmth that, it's clear, everybody in this room, bar 4 people, owns their own home. I know that if I asked you, you wouldn't give that up and go and live in social housing or rented accommodation. You wouldn't. The odd one might, through political values and stuff like that, but the majority wouldn't. And do you agree with the reasons that I'm giving it? There's just something, it's not about the money. It helps when you make some money out of housing, but it's not about it. It's about yours, it's yours, it's, is that the history? Is that our history? That's what we've got to ask ourselves.
As it comes I won't bother telling my story, but why would I try and stay for something that is literally impossible to get? If you can never get an deposit, you're not able to go back to Bank of Money, which I used in my 40s, and I do not want my children going back to me when they're 40. So the system is nationally or locally, you come up with easy versus home ownership rather than continue renting. And honestly, I don't know what that is. But so asking the panel, maybe saving for home ownership.
I
challenge why?
Thank you. I was going to say the best. No, so yeah, no, really, I'm talking with my heart. So we are saving for the last 5 years. Our university student loans officer doing about £6 grand in debt. So there was immediately there an enormous amount of money that we needed to bring back. That I didn't even come from the starting point. There was and so when we moved into our now house, we worked out that approximately what we paid over the last 6 years in rent would have been slightly more, about 4/5 of the total value of the house that our landlord did. Not that long ago, really not that long ago, it was like 19 years ago. That's why I knew I checked that. So, that's staggering. And to answer your point slightly more directly, I think homeless, perhaps not. I'm seeing the right indications from government and obviously I think that there is obviously lots that they're doing supply side. I think that's fantastic. But more to your point, I think there is serious demand side reform that needs to be implemented. And whether that is kind of looking at 10 years in the routes to shared ownership or right to buy, things like that. that there needs to be some serious thought given, not just rehashing a lot of the same old policies that we've seen from MHCLG or DLUHC or whatever it is now, but some serious thought given to the current state of affairs, where we are actually, where people my age, my sort of cohort are, and how to really boost them up. So I think a lot of them start.
There's a lady there, just next to you. Can you just speak?
Yeah, so it's on. Really interesting debate, and from a personal perspective, market intervention for the DISO really changed my life, and was such.
Market intervention on top, sorry.
So it was a do-it-yourself shared ownership, and it allowed me to buy a property where I needed to live because of the commute to work within a fixed time frame. But it also meant that it was.
Could you just explain what? Does everybody know what that is?
So literally it was a product where you worked with an RP and a registered provider, and you got a mortgage and the registered provider chipped in for the rest and down the line. I was lucky enough to get a product when you only paid interest on the bit that you didn't own. And my understanding is now you pay rent on the bit, which is just extortionate. In my time, it was interest only. And that allowed me to enter the secondary market. And it meant I wouldn't find a new bill premium. And that intervention was a private renting floor and horror stories with landlords having kids coming in to get their post for their baby, like all the rest of it. But that intervention didn't change my. So the first thing to say is it's not hopeless. There is things that can be done. I know. But what was interesting for me is that secondary property, I did it up in my time. My time was trade. And so when I came to Staircase and bought my shares, I did really work with it to make it value too much. But when it became my own home, and then I exited at that higher value because I created it. And it was just an interesting thing where I thought, hang on a minute, we've got aging assets that need a lot of work, there's a skills support here. And what you said, Wayne, about how you did homes up, moved on, did homes up, moved on.
I think that's a really good one. I don't know if anybody else in the panel.
Does it excite that idea that you can do something to help yourself?
I think more and more this generation is very much to do it themselves generation because, well, at least in my experience, we really had to be. And I think the slight challenge, to your point, Sarah, is that looking at housing again and the system that we have currently, where, for me, I really, I have that one of the big incentives of owning my home is that housing is an asset that enables towards wealth creation. Yeah, security is fantastic, but then I know that the quality of my home is going to be of a certain standard because I've had surveys, I've had the rest of that. But then there is also the opportunity to create wealth off that, which makes me part of the problems. I'm sure many of you would feel the same. But I think that the kind of doing it yourself and having that new attachment to and create value is fantastic. I think it's part of human nature. The challenge is, I think, that the system now is so broken that value that you create is so overly inflated. I don't want to see another old council house that is really quite dilapidated with an extension whacked on for £400,000. That's not real value creation, in my view.
So Chappie there.
Chappie here. Far be it from south. Far be it from me to slightly disagree with my national government, but it does seem that a lot of the rhetoric that I'm hearing is contrary to what you were saying and contrary to my feelings on that and being it is that the right to buy or the right to acquire is no longer popular. It's seen as a bad thing. But actually, I know an awful lot of people that it was a good thing. Actually, it allowed those on the smaller to get their first property, to obtain their first property,
You're absolutely right. A ownership thing is something we really want. And rather than doing it to people, if we ask the panel if they social housing, would they want to eventually own that social housing? I'd be very surprised if it's not. So I don't think that I'm against that system buy, but what I would prefer is that that money were ring-fenced for new social housing. Maybe I just need to learn a little bit more about it, but it feels like common sense.
I think we've only got 3 minutes left, is that right? 12 minutes left. Yeah, so we'll have to have last couple, I think.
First, I'd just like to say to Emma, I think you made a really good point about how close we are to becoming sort of in a homeless or in a very vulnerable position. Our social inclusion charity, lots of our clients find themselves, maybe as a result of a relationship breakdown, loss of job in a very perilous position. And I think most of us who here are quite privileged and therefore don't always understand that. And yet we're in a sector that can put pressure to do something. So I think this is great. I do think having a private rental sector is important. I think there are advantages as well, particularly early on in life when people don't necessarily want to put things down and want to do all the moving around. And I think if private rental accommodation also made more decent and affordable, I think that would make quite a difference. Sorry, the final thing I just wanted to say slightly, perhaps, is, it isn't sustainable, the situation. We're all homeowners, and as we get older, where are our care workers going to come from to start with? Because they can't afford to live in that, and those sort of important roles are essential for a thriving community.
I was just going to say, no, I think you're totally right. The majority of people moving homeowners, because I think there is also an eventuality when, in 30, 40 years time, when it is looking like, oh, actually, we're going to need to move out of our homes and perhaps at some sort of care facility, hopefully not. But at that point, those assets are going to be handed down, and it's going to be the largest ever generational wealth transfer that we've ever seen. And actually, we are massively unprepared for that. The consequences that is going to have on social cohesion, equality, inequality in this country, to be honest. It seems bad now, but I think in about 20, 30 years, the damage that has been inflicted over the last 60, 70 is going to become incredibly apparent in the queue.
Last question.
Please.
Just a nice
quick one, because what we're going to go to this lady is I don't know.
So I work in the private rented sector, and we have active clients who want to own 10,000, 20,000 homes. And when we're pitching for the management of that, we have to prove how we're going to have our maintenance for customers. Those are private landlords who are trying to make a fast buck. All the money wants to come in and own rented stock and offer. The rich reform is coming in, but my clients are saying, well, I don't care about that often 20 years now. So how do we make it easier for those funds to find private options so they can build more private rented homes? It's probably not a question for the panel, it's an observation.
We've just been given another 15 minutes. Why, what's happened? All right. Right. This lady there, we might not need 15 more minutes, we might get to tailor them. We might have been a toilet break.
Thanks. It's happened on 5 occasions that I have found one of my residents drinking rum on a park bench or behind the church. In each case, the YMCA, crew or in full conscience, and the Salvation Army were able to provide accommodation and help them get their lives back together. So the question is, my problem is that are we not getting a bit too dependent on charities that are very welcome help at a time when charities have seen their income drop the Citadel in Brisbane has had to close. So what's gone wrong? And the fifth person was most important, and was a veteran. And we have been focused on younger people, rightly, but we have to think about people coming out of the armed forces who I don't, do they get enough protection is the question. They may have a military covenant, so-called, that doesn't seem to work for those who are discharged from the forces. What are you feeling about that? Oh, and finally, the average price, that's top best privilege representing, is about half of the price. Have you considered moving out to rent to buy that about 100,000
So I'm happy to come in on that last point. I guess when I was a student renter and also I guess working with students, I think there are definitely parts of like the surrounding area that were a lot cheaper, but I think the benefit from the fact that we are producing a number of students that are bringing cars to Bath, so it's very dependent, I guess, on that public transport infrastructure. I know someone young who doesn't drive. I guess I am quite limited in that regard as well. I think that is great for a few people who do decide to stay here, having a bit of student here as well. I don't know if anyone else in the panel has stuff on the rest.
Well, no, go ahead, please.
Yeah, no. On that note, I was going to say when I private rented, I didn't it wasn't possible to private rent in that at all on the wages that I was on. So I did move out to Midsummer to Chilcompton towards Freeway, but my work was based in Bath and I'm a driver. So it got to the point where that commute was it wasn't working. The bus times and the times of work that I was doing because it was days, nights, evenings. So I think sometimes the option to move out is great, but if you've got commitments in a certain area, then you do need to be close in that area, especially when you don't drive. So I did try that option because it was cheaper, but it just wasn't sustainable in terms of especially as well as families and that. And you're just kind of isolating yourself in some ways then because you're living and everyone you know the job, your network is in a certain area and then you're having to leave because it's not affordable to be in that area.
Can I just say as well, is that your question is asked by a lot of people. Why don't you move to an area where it's cheap? But this generation are choosing not to drive, which they're not only choosing not to drive, they're being forced by a cost as well. But the combination for the right reasons, quite a lot of them choose not to own the car, and I applaud that. So we've got to reward that by them being able to live where they want, so they don't have to have a car. And so we can't. A lot of the solutions that we think are possible go against the way that the world should go. It's a very complex jigsaw, isn't it? Sorry. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to pick up on your first point. Are we outsourcing too much to the secondary responsibility to third sector and charities? And I think it's a really, really good question, particularly at a time when those budgets are so constrained. I mean, it's constrained, obviously, part of that sector, but the local authorities as well. And so I think, yes, 100% we are much too heavily reliant on that. That's an issue that comes with a heavily centralised state, taking decisions that it doesn't have the capacity to inform and resource effectively. So you end up saying outsourcing, where you have large contracting companies or the private sector, or more often, especially here, the third sector, stepping in to fill so much of that resource. But the dam is going to break. The amount of people that are in need is increasing, and the pots of funding are becoming increasingly fragmented. The terms of availability are more fragmented. It's difficult to plan long term, and the only real way out of that is a total kind of looking at that system in my view.
Right. Oh, chapter.
Yeah, I was just going to follow on this question. The car dependence, which Lucy also raised earlier, and just point out really that when we look at housing, our nearly every aspect of housing has to follow certain standards. So there are standards for open space, biodiversity, or the quality of the fabric, there are space standards, so many things are very much in control of that.
Why are most housing developments still shit then?
That's all, that's because the standards are there, there's no question the standards are there. And in fact, most new housing isn't shit, actually, it works very well, it's very energy effective.
But it might be energy, yeah, but it might be energy. And I'll say that's that's a problem that shouldn't even be proud of that. That should be natural and normal.
I'm not praising anything. Okay. But there is one area where there are no standards at all, and that is public transport. It's extraordinary. There's no requirement of any kind to say that any development should be served by a certain number of buses, certain individuals within a certain proximity to where people live. It's an extraordinary gap in terms of the kind of standards and regulation that we apply to all sorts of aspects of our lives. Public transport is just a singular one, and unless that changes, I don't see any changes happening. That's the most important thing that has to be done now to make this new generation of people be able to, which does allow them to actually further away from after they need to because they have a reliable public transport. So of course that is exactly what happens in London. It is because the public transport is incredibly reliable. We will absolutely work with it. We don't have that. But until that changes across the nation, I can't see any real opportunities to really make sense of how it is.
Yeah. So the lady behind you.
I think this is one thing that I bring up in council meetings. Thinking, when you look at everything in its individual silos, so housing is housing, transport is transport, businesses look at business, but actually they all interact with each other. And again, we just take energy and how that all comes into the mix as well. So I think that is a key thing when we're talking about housing. We're not actually just talking about housing people, we're actually talking about how they get around, how they interact with their work, leisure, and everything else. So it comes down to sort of those community spaces, what's provided alongside as well. So there's a lot more to it. Coming back to the point about public transport being great in London, the stunning kind of fact that everyone really needs to take away is that 80% of the train journeys happen in London, out of the whole of England. Just that's 80%. So the rest of the 20% goes everywhere else in the UK. So if you think you live in a place where there's not much train travel, where is all that those other trains going? Well, that's why London is as good as it is, because our country sits all its money into the centre of London, and it's highly subsidised, and everywhere else has to do with whatever's left over. That's the problem. But together, we've got to make sure that when you've got housing, it's not just about saying it's got to be built in the right place, it's about building transport to those. So all of these people, whether you're renting or you've got your own home ownership, you have that option to get on an alternative transport, whether you can drive, whether you can't drive, for whatever reason. Just so
last question from this lady.
Yeah, I do wonder, in the registered providers, we're doing the best, but we're tinkering at the edges really. Doesn't it come back to wealth distribution? And if you think of the early 20th century, owner occupation levels were quite low, and as we came to the 20th century, the ability for people to buy improved, and wealth distribution was more evenly spread. If you look at wealth distribution now, although it's concentrated, it's certainly even, and until there is a more even distribution of wealth, we'll always struggle to be able to buy property. There is a kind of accumulation of wealth amongst the very wealthy in the world, and I think all we do is sort of tinkering at the edges and trying to do our best. But until there's some adjustment there, affordability isn't going to get a lot better.
Right, so the final word is to Emma Blake in the order. Final word.
Yeah, so I think this talks a lot about I'd say quite limiting.
I think there probably is something to say about very quickly about just kind of like student needs, I guess, and the fact that I think going back on a point I was not necessarily making about earlier about that kind of like helping students understand what their rights are in terms of housing and piece of work. But I think the university kind of res life team as well as students unions always do a lot of work to do. But I think that's also like a joint responsibility to think about I guess how we see students. I guess this conversation is really helpful to start that kind of like process of having a community-led understanding of how we all interact with each other in our living environments. Yeah, so I'm really making much of a point in that, but I just thought in terms of like making sure that there is suitable and affordable housing, that is a real need, I think, to think about how students, the opportunities to do that together, which are increasingly limited and just expensive as they are for everyone, to be fair.
Yeah, so I was going to pick up with that because you mentioned programs. We haven't spoken about the elephant in the room a lot, which is housing association. A lot of people are in housing association. It's probably quite alien to a lot of people who don't even consider it because there's such a stigma attached to living in housing association. And I've experienced that. I've seen the shift from when I went into my with Curo. I've seen the shift in how people treat you and how people expect you to act and how they sort of expect you to be. Say, like someone who's just walked off the Jeremy Kyle show. In general, that's the kind of image people have portrayed. I think the real question is the homeless. So there's 600-700 families on this list waiting for housing. I know people that have done it for 11 years and 12 years and there's still 100, 200, 300 in the queue for housing. And I think the real question is kind of why is so many people needing housing association? Because I don't think it's a choice people actively make to go, do you know what, this is when I grow up, I want to live in a housing association. So I think that's a really big question when you're so far removed from that reality that you're living, you've got your own home, and you don't have any of those worries. I think sometimes it doesn't get considered enough, the impact of how many people need these properties and also just, I suppose, the stigma around living in these properties, the fact there isn't enough of them, and just how many people are waiting and how severe their circumstances are. I think that's just a conversation that needs to be had, or that isn't discussed enough in these sorts of settings because everyone's probably renting, everybody owns. And as it sort of showed at the beginning, everyone raised their hands, nobody's in housing association except for me now. So yeah, I think it just really shows that divide, and it does need to be questions on why there's so many people waiting and how we can change that. I think.
Sorry, anything else to add?
Yeah, so I first would say thanks so much, Wayne, for chairing a really interesting play that I don't think we get anywhere else, to be honest. And so I think my final thought on it is one of cautious optimism in that, in this room, people from all across the system in its entirety. You have private, you have housing associations, you have council, you have opinions, connectors, decision makers. There is a right mix here to genuinely make it. We have a mayor who heard from earlier who is absolutely gung-ho, she gets it. There is an enormous opportunity, particularly for this region, to start to tell a story properly. Whether or not we capitalise on it is really dependent on people doing how well you can all get together, collaborate, work with each other, and make tough decisions. The benefit of, not myself, but my panelists and my generation and your children, my children. There is an enormous opportunity here to be grasped. So, yeah, best of luck granting you.
Yeah, and I think because number one, you have a proper problem compared to Lancashire somewhere. The problem here is acute, and people are they understand there's an acute problem in London, but people don't expect Bath and North East Somerset to be as poorly off in terms of this situation as it is. So that gives you potential national media coverage, and which then leads to national government interest. So, and also the fact that I can't believe that in a year, this conference, whatever you want to call it, this get together, has grown to the scale that it has in 1 year. So there's some kind of momentum here, and the people that are in the room, you're right. You know, the people in this room can make a difference, and it's how you go about that. It's not central government. It's you are a region. The mayor seems fantastic. I've not seen her before. Not looked, I mean, sounded. Sure, great. And then the final thing for me is the housing incentive. We cobbled this together. A few of us have cobbled this together in a very short space of time. And it shouldn't be run, at the moment it's kind of being run by a couple of your age, young women in anyway design. It's not right. It's got to pass back to here. We've got this going, but now it has to pass back. How are we going to answer those things that are coming on that I read out earlier? Who's going to answer them? How are we going to answer them? How are we going to get people home? All these things only happen when there's is this the right? Is that website the right way to do it? You've got to correct that. We want you to kind of get involved and suggest ways. It can't be left to Curo. It can't be left to Paul. He does an awful lot. There's a chance here to get something going. So big thanks to these three.
Excellent. Earlier on, I talked about a historic event, and we're about to witness the historic event, the first of its kind in the country. I think it takes particular political courage to do what you're about to do, because the symbolism of political leaders coming together to agree that housing is too important not to work together should not be underestimated. We've heard from the people that are affected. We've heard this morning about the importance of their engagement. We know we have a government at the moment that is prioritising housing and affordable housing in particular. We need the political will, and we need the bravery to do things that have been described sometimes as pain, short-term pain for long-term gain. And I think today we're going to witness, I think, a unique moment of political allegiance, an opportunity for us to say, this is too important for us not to work together. That doesn't mean they're not allowed to disagree. Of course, we've lost the art of disagreeing, I think, in this country. This is not about agreeing, but what it's about is working together on a mutual endeavour. In this case, making sure, I think it was Lucy said, in 7 generations' time, what we were building was going to be adequate for their needs. And that needs bravery today. So thank you all for agreeing to do this. Our mayor had to regional mayor had to dash off, but she has witnessed this event, or will do, because we're live streaming it. We're actually live streaming it on the Housing Assembly thing, so which is great to get her endorsement too. I've got
2 versions of it.
I've got 2 versions.
Yeah, double-sided.
It's a double side, and we'll put this up so people can actually read what our colleagues. So wonderful. So, would you like to come first? There you are.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. It feels like a weight of the moment, doesn't it? There's weight in a room. I mean, really great. Can I ask you to? Can I ask you for a massive round of applause, please? Fantastic. Okay, well, for that you get lunch. Thank you so much. So lunch, we've got now to have lunch, a bit of networking. If you go out through those doors, turn left, you will see the lunch. See you in an hour.
Assume you want to.
Yes, please.
I think I got my hand up today because about the fact that the point is making all about what's happening.
Right, so let's go to I'll try and bring people to you. Yeah, I think it's fine because also we can do a couple of here now where we can maybe talk about next steps. Like I said, we haven't heard anything yet. And we can really hit some things. I want to try and maybe get started with 13%. Maybe the panelists, Siri obviously, but I think Blake he's on the phone out there. He might well not be interested, but I will grab him to see if I can. He's coming in now, the classes must be chat. Let's talk. Who else? That's it. I will have a chat with Siri just because he was on the panel. I want to try to grab Blake and Emma if I can. So I'll be back in a few minutes, right? Just try to do what you can. You all right today? Yeah. I mean, I think that's really great. So fantastic. Yeah, that's really great. Yeah. Thanks again. You're not I did, David. I really appreciate it.
One of the interesting things. I think the photographs of the society there, I'm really grateful you don't prioritise with. I'm sure it's not anything that's defining your time. So honestly, genuinely, you said that you were here and that you did genuinely do something that was, I think, really symbolic. You're just local. Cheers. Thanks for that. Congratulations. Put it on. Thank you. What we do is, before we go to the main event, we say, just 5 seconds, the campaign is running, and then there's no manual, but you can sign for this thing. Yeah, I don't know how we get it from there. The nature of it.
It'll be, is that your laptop? No, it's my laptop. It'll be, if I send it to Colin, he can probably just,
yeah, yeah, so it'll be, Paul, probably, that's probably Paul. We'll let him know.
I don't know, these three were fantastic. I thought they really articulated their stories really well. And there's an agent in
So even just a simple cheering, well, whatever reason they just So there are some things on That would be the simplest thing they would do. Pick it up from as in actually taking into also they wanted some sort of technical idea to make it show it. We wait till
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, and then also the other thing is, probably but otherwise, yeah, what we did, you know, so timing wise, we said we actually come up last. Yeah. So it's a you've got 10 minutes. I had a So, yeah. And I'll go. So, you can understand the representation. Yeah, or I think that was good. Yeah. Okay. Good. We're all right. Hey Sam, how are you?
I just want to check which laptops for upstairs.
Check which, sorry?
Laptops for the
Don't need. Sorry, you said not to bother. So, yeah, so everything is good. We're all right. All right, thank you. No, not yet, but I will.
So I can go and park myself somewhere.
Yeah, you can go and do some work or have a bit of rest or whatever.
No.
Ah, rude.
That's really rude.
Yeah.
Oh, what time you got the thing for it?
I didn't realise you were like attempting to do it with the apparently, event management. I think that's definitely what this is. It's not much either.
Right, I will drop you a message 4 days out, just so you know that or that in, but you're in Monday.
We've got to just catch up with Monday morning.
We will go from there. Hosting any critics going on your videos.
You did get 800, but that's about it. That was it. Yeah, we've got 3 wickets for about 10 minutes.
So that really isn't it.
Well, it was 300 for 7 when I looked. Yeah,
don't worry. I will quit.
Thank you. You've got until 3 o'clock, so maybe 3:15. You want to? Done, wait. Done, wait. Oh. Are you on the phone?
Yeah, might get a quick video to you later.
Yeah, Wayne's not going to be in the panels, so and we're going to split it. So you can do it somewhere else.
Okay, great.
Okay. So we've got plenty, I think.
Yeah.
People have seen you been looking at the right things. So you're good.
Okay.
And we're still streaming, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it's streaming an hour of people stage at the moment. So it's still
Yeah, that's what's happening at the moment. Okay.
Patrick from BTE. Greetings from thank you. Well done. Really good to hear from people. You can get slices. Oh, there you go. Yeah, listening to something like that.
Also for the wrong age, the wrong place at this point. But you would have got policy. But also, any suspicion of house prices. He seems to show that over evolution. Yeah.
Those kinds of things.
The plan is
everybody sit down, please.
Yeah. Oh, I haven't told them.
Okay, everyone, we're about to start the afternoon session. Come on, Marianne. Okay, quite a few people coming in. Welcome back, everyone. In a slight departure from the advertised agenda, which we'll get to very shortly, I'd just like to invite David Powell to come to the stage. Where's David? Yeah. Oh, there you are. MD of Andrews has got something that he wants to talk about, as on the screen.
Lovely, thank you. Thanks very much. Thanks, Vic, for letting me hijack your agenda. I'm David Powell, I'm CEO of Andrews Property Group. Andrews are a property group that are fully owned by a charity, which makes us slightly unusual. Thank you, Paul. And our funds go into really helping housing in poverty, which makes us slightly unique. We have set up a campaign this week, last couple of days, around stamp duty. With the way that the government have played around with stamp duty, it creates us havoc as an industry, but for consumers more so. We are petitioning to try and move stamp duty to a flexible payment option rather than paying up front. I think earlier someone mentioned £400,000 is the average price in Bath. That's £10,000 in stamp duty. If you buy £500,000, it's £15,000. So it's quite a considerable amount of money. What we're trying to do is petition to move that to almost a credit facility rather than paying up front, to try and allow people to move quicker rather than sit there and try and save it whilst the market runs away from themselves. So any support to scan, click on, support, share it, be very grateful. Are able to get to 10,000 within hopefully 4 weeks, because thereafter we're probably going to lose the will to live, the momentum, which will come first. So thank you, much appreciated. I'll pass back.
David, can people access this anywhere else? Right, in a second. So how often people access it?
Yes, it's all over Andrews socials at the moment. So if you go onto Andrews LinkedIn, Andrews Facebook, you'll absolutely find it there. It's on absolutely everything. Thank you.
Okay, and I will just get the slides queued up because we are moving on to the next part of the agenda, which is about purpose-led housing. And there we are. So can I welcome to the stage Sophie Camden from Arup and Simon Martin from Baines Council. And they're going to talk through this concept, which is then going to lead into the panel sessions that you will be part of shortly afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. So a year ago, when we established the Housing Mission Delivery Board, it comprised of the anchor institutions in Bath and North East Somerset, so the two universities, the RUH, the council and Curo, and we established the group, and under Vic's chairing, established that North Star, that vision. We had limited input from you as an industry, but following the last summit, we had an overwhelming response, really, which was great, around industry and professionals wanting to come together and wanting to help us reimagine and redefine what a housing system could do for us locally. And one of those organisations that set up, amongst many others, was Arup and Sophie to help us do that. And over the last sort of 12 months, through that work, we developed 4 work streams. One of them is around looking at the process and methodology around how do we as a system operate, what does it really mean, what would change need to look like to deliver better outcomes for us locally. And the work that we developed, Arup and Sophie launched the UK Reef with Helen's support and as part of the West of England sort of offer. We put this out there to the market. We've started to have a bit of response. And what we wanted to talk about today and introduce to you, which then sort of leads into a bit of a panel discussion later, is what does this mean? What does being purpose-led look like? So I'm not going to steal much of your thunder. This is kind of a bit of a graveyard slot, so we'll try and kind of keep the energy high in the room. Always is a kind of a hard one to kind of keep going. So I was just really encouraged that pretty much the entire room came back. So thank you. That's really good. Really encouraging. We want to stimulate debate. We want to stimulate challenge. I think it's really interesting. You know, what civic leadership is starting to look like locally, with the anchor institutions wanting to actively work together to look at what partnership might mean in future. And this is a really interesting piece of work that then leans into where we might go with this. So I'll hand over safely to introduce it, and then we'll just come back to how we're going to organise the room and what we're going to do afterwards. So.
Dubious pleasure of being in the graveyard. Yeah, really easy to get. My name's Sophie. I lead Eric's advisory services, which takes our built environment expertise, which many of you are familiar with, alongside our management offer. One of my favourite moments as a consultant was a challenge from a resident on an estate renewal. At the very beginning, I gave about what I've had to provide advice to them. And I think many of you will be in similar situations. I think we got it right because they allowed us to keep going, and we went on to deliver an amazing scheme. But I recognise I'm also part of the problem, and we've heard a lot about the issues. It's not working the system. So when we got started to work with the HNDB last year, we wanted to have what that systems-led approach looked like, because it's really easy to get distracted quite quickly by all the little bits of the system that aren't quite working. And I think when you step back to that vision that you shared at the beginning of it, you know, by 2050, short-term fix, how all the housing needs in Baines will be met with high quality and sustainable choices. It's a big thing. It's not a small thing. It's a systems change thing. So I'm going to spend a few minutes discussing what that looks like and deciding to incorporate that in panels. I'm trying to present a snapshot of the work we've done here to keep it punchy and short and not too quickly. But it is quite complex, and the system is quite complex. So I'm taking it as a win that we've look relatively simple, and if the slides work, I'll take you through that. Providing that framework, I think, is really helpful for the work groups that Vic mentioned this morning, to give the opportunity to really prioritise and focus where their influence and expertise can make a difference, and shape the kind of places we want to see, and picking up on the session this morning, making sure that there's space for community voices to shape that discussion as well. I'm not going to talk about the role of rectifier, just think about that now. It's important, it's a key part of the supply side of the equation, but I'm not going to focus on that today. So how do we talk about that fundamental shift from housing, from a market? It's a policy tweak. It's about a reimagining of how we plan, create, build, and live in our communities. And the housing crisis isn't just a supply problem, it's a systems problem in our view. That's what we've been discussing within the board. Systems can change. Lucy said earlier, you know, these are hard decisions and not everyone will be happy. They're hard decisions for a minority, we also know that, and they're probably really easier decisions for the majority to get behind. And so being able to articulate what that vision looks like so that others can follow us is really, really important. Aligned to, you know, what matters for society and how we deliver on our purpose. So let's start from where we are today, and if this works, we've got animated. Right, so here we are. You know, we understand it's market-led, that land is often worth effectively based on what developers think will sell, not necessarily where or what communities need. And then it's put forward in a call to sites for a local plan process. On the side of the room, you know, and despite the best efforts of local community authorities and regional planners, you know, often that's driven by those call to sites rather than actually meeting the housing needs assessments. And that process becomes often very fragmented and easily shaped by different interests. Where we are, that's how we get to some sort of a place or location out. Often that land's often banked, and so then even when planning is granted, someone mentioned you get 50 well, so it's people coming forward to maintain supply. And it's far too often that critical infrastructure is not alongside it with transport. You made a good point earlier this morning about the importance of linking those two things alongside each other. Sorry, I've gone forward too quickly. Whether that's working within the system or community infrastructure, schools and health and so forth. The products are really gone the wrong way. Products are getting better. You also mentioned, Bob, you know, how standards are improving, energy efficiency is improving, but it's not even evolving far enough or fast enough in terms of modern methods of construction, indeed the skills in the construction industry as a whole. You know, only 10% of UK house buildings currently using some form of MMC. And perhaps most critically, that economic cycle of supply and Bath, just how acute that crisis is with 18 times the average earnings in some places. And what's linked to that then is that employers are struggling to attract key skills, employees and a long waiting list for affordable housing. It's a local issue and it's a national issue. And wealth distribution is a key part of that. So how do we break that cycle of homes as an investment vehicle? We all stood up, didn't stand up earlier, knowing that we are all part of that cycle as well. So I personally driven also by thinking about how we can create financial security in other ways other than through bricks and mortar. I think it's a key bit of our industry that's missing at the moment. So there we are, we get the people not linked to the product or the place. This is what we see as housing developments predominantly. That feeds back into a sales cycle that we've talked about kind of being constrained, releasing in relation to shareholder interests, business interests, and you end up with a kind of disconnect with purpose, which is often lobbied. The lobbying exercise, not a purpose-driven exercise for a few, and that then influences in turn planning and regulations and education offers as well. Let's imagine a different future, a purpose-led housing system. That means that plan making is driven by community needs, local employment and infrastructure. The question asks, where do we need the homes? Who do we need the homes for? What kind of homes will meet those needs of current and, to earlier comments, future generations? How can we pool land and provide progressive plans to do this? And so, a bit of why there is the patient capital, for those of you with money in the room, that needed to do this. Because the longer term views and the certainty around growth and housing delivery creates a good opportunity for change. Lots of products are addressing housing, climate emergencies, construction as well. So it's a bigger societal outcome for this. And links also, I think, to the skills point around how do we start to prepare future generations, creating sustained transformation in education and skills in the industrial sectors. You know, we've just seen quite a good message from government around the industrial strategy and skills in the economy. But how are we going to be fueling that if we have this constant disconnect between homes and education? And most importantly, it's not about just building things, it's about creating community support, different stages of life that have that flexibility to move between different products and make green resilient neighbourhoods. So it's about long-term stewardship, it's about custodianship, not just ownership. It's about value creation, not value extraction. And by embedding purpose at every stage, we can start our full potential for societal good. So what does that look like in practice? And this is where it's got super simplified, and you'll have the opportunity to debate in the panel discussions and go forward. We've looked at it this way. If you're driven by that purpose of unlocking value creation, then land's allocated based on strategic, integrated planning models that align with land assembly and financing with those long-term delivery models. We've got homes that are designed for performance, sustainability, and most importantly, changing household needs and community cohesion. It's not just houses. And then you've got the skills piece around the innovation industry, and skills creation as well. And then communities are co-created, they're not just imposed on people. And you get that sense of belonging that people talk about that we find very hard to do in reality. It's not just a utopian vision, I think it's a practical and scalable model, and we've got some examples that we're starting to think about here locally, but there are examples elsewhere. This morning we had a huge university couldn't get academics to live locally, so they have gone ahead with the build to rent scheme at Edington as an example of that. It's a really good model. We see the NHS selling off land and then being able to attract the employees they need locally, the opposite, I think, of what Edington achieves. So we know we can do it. Someone mentioned this morning community land trust. There are some in our region as well that are really delivering on that kind of societal value, meeting local needs, and fundamentally shift the narrative from homes as a vehicle for investment, profit, to homes as a social commitment, with safety, security, to pick up the point from the earlier panel, and certainty for all. So before I end, I just want to ask you to quietly reflect what do you think the world that this transformation looks like. Do you think it's a model that we can deliver? Where are the enablers? What are the challenges to this approach? How can you embed purpose into your part of the system? As we move into the breakout sessions, the panels will address these issues and your questions as well. So to close, it isn't a supply problem, it's a systems problem, and systems can change, and we can be part of making that change happen. By putting purpose at the heart of housing, we can build not just homes, but homes. Not just developments, but thriving, sustainable communities. Thank you.
So I think this morning was really about the kind of why. There was a lot of really kind of, I think, reflective and interesting, provoking issues that come out when you actually start to listen to people that actually articulate really clearly why our housing system and our housing process needs to change. I think what we felt for this afternoon was we need to talk much more about how, which is like, okay, so we know there are changes needed. We can provide some examples of how public sector and civic leadership might be looking to make some changes to do that, so how we might be aggregating public sector land more effectively, collaborating and forming more meaningful partnerships with both industry and other public sector partners to tackle local problems more locally. And I think Helen's sort of picked up many of those issues in her new role across the west of England around how we can do that, because Somerset's housing is within the framework of the west of England challenge, which is pretty much consistent across our region, really. And think about what interventions we might be able to make that start to make a significant difference to both the pace of delivery and the types of housing, types of tenure we might want to deliver locally, and how we might want to go about it. In terms of public sort of partnership, what we've been doing with the two universities, with the RUH, with Kira and ourselves, is identifying assets and saying, how can we piece together our land to tackle some common problems? We know what the common problems are. We have a real challenge with the disconnect between our economy, which is reliant upon a heavy sectoral split of tourism, health, education, which typically aren't the highest paid sectors in terms of the industrial strategy and what we're working towards, and our housing market, which doesn't really support those. So what we end up with is a in and out commuting, and over-reliance on a creaking public transport system that needs investment but takes time to mend, a housing system that doesn't really meet our organisational needs. So as organisations, we find it harder and harder to recruit and retain staff into public sector jobs. So we should bring our land together and think about how partnership might look. And over the next 12 months, we're going to be doing some work on that and bringing that together. And what we thought we'd like is to get some informed views from this afternoon's discussions, prompted by some questions that Emily's having from Bath Spa University. Sophie and myself are going to kind of chair over some panel discussions. So I think to sort of create a bit of activity, broadly, right-hand side of the room, my right-hand side, your left-hand side of the room. If
the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sort of the 7 tables to the left can migrate their way through the back door upstairs to the far room in the upstairs corner, and Sophie will chair a panel for you guys around that. The middle set of the tables can stay put in the room, and Andy will stay in here, and that can take place. The 6 tables furthest to my right-hand side of the room, you can make your way out the back door and back upstairs to the near room. We'll give you 5 minutes to organise yourself and get up into, but broadly, there's no science behind it, broadly to try and get balance in the room. If you can sort of, migrate and find your way upstairs. 5 or 10 minutes time to start this discussion. Panel members, if you can remember who your panel chair is, and find your way on stage, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Paul, don't worry. Can I borrow that one? Is
You okay? Who's your panel then? You're in charge.
Yeah, you must be on a different table that I was looking at. Well, it's only got my phone. That's you then. You've got prepared.
Yeah, because if I don't, I'll be like,
Yeah, I
Ladies and gents, before we start, would those at the back mind moving forward a bit? Otherwise, it's going to feel a bit like the nice message. And it would be really nice if we could have within the remits of this room a kind of close conversation rather than like distant shouting. That would be great. I'll ask the panel just to introduce themselves before we kick off in a moment. We've got a series of questions, and the format was to run through the questions and then open it up for panel discussion. What I'd rather do is take a couple of questions to get us going, and then open that into open discussion, and then go back to a couple more questions, etc. Because I think that feels more interesting. I also think that just to say the panel can have different views. We've got different sets of expertise. That's really important. So with you, we don't need is rhetorical answers to questions. Totally pointless. What as chair, which is grandiose title for complete now. What's really helpful for us in this mission is to get people's really honest views. So please give them. Is that okay? There's no kind of sense of, oh, I don't feel I can quite say that. You can. That's the point of the discussion. Because I think there's I think a widespread acknowledgement that the system is significantly challenged. There's a danger in that of not thinking through really what the what next is. So, fine. Starting with Kevin, please, just a sentence each from each of us about who.
My name's Kevin Hampton. I'm a new principal at Bath College. This is my second week, so it's not my fault just yet.
Andrew Johnston, I'm Exec Director for FPS, which is
I'm Sarah Mailer. I'm the Development Director at Curo and on commercial land, as well as delivering our affordable housing sites as well.
I'm Andy Salmon. I'm just going to move this if I can because see, I'm sitting there because I'm short. I can't see that side of the room at all. I'm Vice Chancellor External at Bath University, and my interest in this is the kind of skills element of this agenda, which is obviously I'll go to our first question. The questions we've got are in terms of what are we covering? Questions about what does this system look like and its connectedness. Questions about impact, where the greatest challenges are, what the relationship between public and private is, and then of course civic and business likewise, and then what can we do locally. So that's the kind of scope of this next hour, just so that you can sense, where the attention is. In terms of the first question, what kind of purpose-led system relates in terms of what you've heard? I think most of you here this morning. How does what Sophie's just said about the purpose-led system relate to things you've heard from the Mayor, from Lucy, from Wayne, and the panel? And I think to start with, can we just go a couple of thoughts each, Sarah, Andrew, and then Kevin, just picking up on some of this.
Yeah. I'm not allowed to major on this, I've been told, but I wasn't an early adopter of the purpose-led approach. I just couldn't see it, couldn't visualize it, couldn't understand how a commercial house builder or landowner would go and work with purpose-led. The more time I've spent with it, I understand that it can run in tandem. So for anyone that's perhaps and see it as a replacement, it's not necessarily immediately a replacement. They can run at the same time. For me, I think one of the most powerful things was the group in the middle, classified as middle need, a hidden middle need. And I think for someone that has to go into local communities and talk about developing the green space next to their house, there's no connection between that middle need and that community. And I wish I could find a way to say, these guys live in your community now and can't live here, and connect them to the people who are voting no for homes. I think that's a big part of what I'm going to take away from today. I mentioned earlier on the floor that I had market intervention in my own life, and it completely changed my life. I had to live in a particular area to get to school, work, and into the office on time. And the ties that completely changed my life. It made my single parenting arrangements completely doable. And I think I now see purpose-led as that on the scale. And so I'm committed to doing it, but I'm not sat here saying I know how to do it right.
Yeah, I think listening to the Mayor, it is encouraging that there's that overarching strategy not quite in place at the moment, but it's sort think it was 8 weeks, it might be 7, I think she said she was 8 or 9. So, I think that's very much needed. If this purpose-led approach is to succeed, I think that could lead to more surety around delivery of developments. If the right policies are in place, will enable developers to focus on certain sites which they know can get planning, hopefully in a preferred time, and that will give them confidence then to invest in the strategy. And I think the important things there are definitely around infrastructure. Someone who uses the train every day, we'll see if I get home today. The rails are hot and all those sorts of things. So who knows what will be there. So I don't think the current market scheme isn't delivering what is needed, but it's not in total failure. So I'm very much with Sarah. We need to twin track this. And I am concerned that if it's done in any way other than a national type approach, regionally, we could be exposing ourselves too far into we're going to do this purpose-led approach, because then a lot of the volume house builders rely on as far as providing those homes, they're just somewhere else where there's less resistance. So I think we need to be very careful of the messaging that we're sending out there. But I like the idea that this purpose-led approach, that will provide a better guidance to what we're delivering. Yes, the current system will deliver something, but it will be a reaction to those development processes. So I don't think we should be going there as auto failure as far as this, because we are delivering proposals, and this should be seen as how can we provide additionality in conjunction.
Thank you. Kevin. I'd like to put a different spin on this really, and I'm not so interested with a professional hat on which way. I'm not interested in the diagrams, not interested in, I obviously recognise the benefits of purpose-led approach. We've got a problem, haven't we? And perspective of the route map we decide we take, we've still got to build 1.5 million new homes. Let's just tell you, as far as until recently, I was principal for 24 years at South Washington Child College. Our construction department produced 18, bricklayers a year, 80. City Bristol, 80. Gloucester College, 80. Bath College, 40. There's 17,500 brick required just in South and South West. And that's a year we've got to try and provide that. If all the colleges in the South West combined, there's somewhere between 10 and 12,000 students in the construction trades. We need to find 179,000. So I listen to the mayor, I listen to everybody, the politicians, and we've got to agree that we've got to have more houses, but I don't think it's serious. It's not serious because you go to war, but you're not secure just supply chain. We are the supply chain. And the issue is if you want to build these houses, you have to start training today. In 4 years' time, young people might be skilled enough to build something. The fact that we've not started this 3 or 4 years ago means that no matter what you want to do, it's impossible. The WECA have distributed £1 billion worth over the last few months. That's to buy stuff for green or for transport. And you can't find companies locally that deliver most of it. So it's those contracts being met to companies outside the area. So £1 billion comes into WECA. We spend contracting outside the area, that money is spent outside the area. We make all this construction because we don't have our own skills. So I won't go on much more because I've got much more to say, but as far as I'm concerned, the urban improvement is not what we'd like to do, It's the fact that we've got to really think about how you actually get there. And it's not about plans. You know, it's purely about people. And I want local people to have paid jobs, work locally, live locally, so they can buy these local houses. And we're not doing enough to recognise that. And the reason we're not doing it is it costs money. Okay, we don't want to invest in skills. That's the fact. And if I wanted to build to have another group of bricklayers, I'd want to build something about 150 square meters or meters squared. No, square meters. That's great. It's about £6 or £7 million a metre. So no one's going to give me the money to do it. So we are going to get the supply. So that needs to be solved before we decide to start to work. Because until we do that, we can't deliver anything. We won't be people to deliver. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you, Kevin. A follow-up question, I think, from because it automatically kind of takes these aspects. Interconnectedness. You were saying, Sarah, the point about your own personal view and then a wider perspective, this is scaled up. And we've heard lots of things throughout this morning about different ways, the connection between not just housing, but how that relates to transport, how that relates to, as we've just been talking about, how that relates to skills. So this is not we all understand this isn't a single object. Just any open panel question, any particular thoughts about where that interconnectedness might start?
I was talking about this earlier, and it's come up a lot during the morning discussion about trust breakdown. And I think from a development perspective, the whole process is incredibly expensive and takes a lot of time. And one of the things that happens is the payments that we have to make to put in infrastructure is deferred. And so they come sometimes too late for the first phase that's already occupied. So that whole burden of the community, here Dr. Surgery on education contribution, green travel vouchers, actually comes a lot later on in the process, and that community does feel the burden of that development first. I know, and I apologise in advance, we're about to start our development in Keynsham. The road works, and that commute is just going to be disrupted by the commute for people coming to Bristol and Bath. And it's things like that that I just think if there could have been more to do with putting the infrastructure in ahead of the planning or ahead of the developer coming along. I don't have the answer, but the solution for me would be major pieces of infrastructure being in place before the house really starts, and a separation between the two things. And obviously, from a financial perspective, I'll speak on behalf of developers. By the time that we got to site, it's a very expensive process, and so to pay for that major infrastructure work at that point is not necessarily doable, which is why it happens so late in the process. But that for me would be the interconnectedness between transport and also mapping out strategic landing areas where people are commuting. What is it, 10 miles to work? Yeah, build there.
I couldn't agree more with the skills question. I mean, or the skills response. And I think the average age of construction worker on site is over 50 years old. So it's either skills or upskilling, and then attraction of new entrants. And that's on all disciplines, whether it be local authority planners putting 3,000 of those across the country or something like that to really make it. So, and we don't seem to be doing enough there to attract people into the sector. It's not all about, with due respect to bricklayer, we absolutely need them, but we need every trade, every resource, an accountant, a PR, a sales manager, all of those sorts of things that we need. And the industry can provide really good salaries to those people. Yeah, they're going elsewhere, going into different sectors, and that's what I think is a massive piece of what we need to promote the
Is
industry.
there a perception problem?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm sure it's construction. I mean, I fell into it because I didn't know what else to do. QS and all things. So, it's as a state agent or banking, you know, but yeah, for me, it very much so because we promote pop building and those sorts of things rather than necessarily all the other factors that you need.
I was struck this morning by kind of like the different languages that were circulating around around homes. And the house building as a construction of assets versus home creation as placemaking for humans and their futures. And I think quite often young people see how one set of narrative about what working construction might be. What you're saying is something very different.
Yeah, very much so. And then, you know, that interconnectedness, going back to if there's the right investment at the right time, you said 4 years' time you need those, there's a great opportunity to build that facility, get those people, you know, generally young, reskilled people put into the industry that they can build those homes and actually buy them. I've got some great examples over the years where we've had apprentices that have ended up shared ownership or help to buy, which was touched on today actually, but you know, onto the same development where they were working.
Yeah, and I think just before I need it up, but it's a kind of primer for questions now. Can I just ask us each to think about two things? What would you change that would, given the scenario we just outlined, what would you change that would help? And what's the biggest challenge? So in terms of, to start unlocking this, so Kevin, to you, please just take those together.
Yeah. I mean, once again, there's experts in the room that know that this sector inside and out. From my perspective, it's about enabling young people to go to employment. And we talked about bricklaying, but it goes right through. I mean, the impact on much there's going to be 450,000 new roles to CITB information. 350,000 people are exiting a year over this 10-year period, and only 280 are going in. So it's not a problem that we're eventually going to get over. It's a continual decline in the number. We ought to know why prices are going to be high, because you can't get labour. Labour's expensive. So what you, I'm sure I've been in several loads of meetings over the last 5 years about the small modular reactors at Berkeley. No one's actually recognised that the impact that's going to have on every SME at the moment. I'd be really, really worried, because there's going to be £8 to £10 billion being spent on nuclear reactors in Gloucestershire in easy commutable distances around the area, and they're going to pay top whack. They will take everyone that can has got a skill, and cost skill, and bring them in. And so the issue is, how are we going to backfill? And you get that. So there's the question. You've got the supercharge the young people coming through. In Gloucestershire, 86% individual are in work. There's not people hanging around wanting a decent job. You know, so we're going to have to go further and further. My concern is that at a time when we've got 35,000 houses here and 15,000 houses there, and 10 billion pounds worth of SMRs, nobody at all is looking at the impact of this when it happens. Because if we can't provide the skills locally, where are they going to come from? They're going to come from somewhere, but they're going to have to live somewhere. They have to travel to the site. So everybody's likely to be disrupted, because we don't. So it all comes back, in my view, if we really solve this problem is start with growing the size of the cake, not the current approach, which seems to be a British approach. We'll just slice the a pinch from here to solve my problem, not wanting to bother about the fact that you're creating normally in the SME and micro businesses specialist because they can't pay the same rates.
Thank you. Any other? For me, it's public sector leasing their land. Yeah, they need to take control of the key asset, which is the land, because you can't actually do anything now. The issue around that, of course, is the financing of it, and generally, then, if you're going to acquire that land at reasonable rates, you need to hold on to it for a really long time, and then the cost of borrowing. So there's some massive solution needed to that problem, but for me, it's getting hold of the land, and that probably needs a cultural shift around organisations working together. The piece today about looking at the bigger picture, and we need to break down these silos. I think that's going to be massively difficult.
I think for me, shortening the planning process by grassroots advocacy, so community voting what about to put in and actually being behind something and giving the confidence to the planning committee that actually it's a good deal, it's a good thing to do from the start. But just to answer Kevin's point, I'm absolutely about getting women into skills in construction, and I think there's a massive piece of women construction ambassador around colleges, and I speak to them. 2 questions: do you need to get money, and how much do you earn? And if the boys are in the room as well, it's all about what car I drive. But it's a really useful piece of work to do, because I think there's a lot of jobs in the construction sector. My head of land, my head of affordable housing, that don't get money. We don't have to put work on some if we don't want to, but it's all office work, but all related to the construction industry, and I don't think it's promoted to girls as much as it should be.
And I think that you put in better, Sarah. I think that was an important perception. And I've certainly done this in being involved in this project. It is so much more than it was.
Absolutely right.
Comments, questions, please. So far, please.
We've been working with the Public Coalition, associations and trade industry in capital for a couple of years, looking at just that skills gap. The work that we've done through that has identified that just looking at the current asset pair, which we've not touched upon yet, the current programs should be short of 3,600 jobs at the moment. Average age of gas engineer is 59. So then on top of that, we've got 1.5 million homes. I think that you're the elephant in the room is to say that if we had 100% ground available for every one of those, could we build them? The answer is no, we couldn't. So, and that is the grim reality of what we've got. So I think when we have that conversation around citizens, cutting the market out of that is it's sort of understandable, but it's not the answer. We've got to work with our partners outside the public sector to drive that value, drive what that actually means in terms of building those connections and building those routes.
Well, just to give you an example, this year 60 people have applied for 40 titles. Turn away.
So it's about building which goes beyond construction companies, but looking at our independent providers, how can we actually then accelerate funding through those systems into those institutions to then create that pipeline of growth that allows us to then accelerate.
And I wonder if it's also about data and scale. I suspect what you said is not visible. It is to specialists across the system. I wonder.
Well, part of that work is we talked to some people who work from Crossroad and HS2, and they were talking about the certainty but they talked about the certainty of
think that they have to build it to target women, young people, people who often go into those difficult environment, jobs in their capacity. They had a certainty of pipeline and start influencing the supply chain. What we do have now that we did not work with certainty, at least where the government's 10-year commitment in terms of funding social and affordable housing, more and more sectors becoming infrastructure, albeit it's purpose-led way necessarily, but a bit in policy terms. So I think there is an opportunity to actually join, learn lessons from some of the Australia just to sort of influence the chain, influence colleges. Meanwhile, there is parts of government that are thinking about, sometimes colleges are responding to demand, and what can government do to intervene if there's a national skill shortage? How can we work with their thing differently to support some of our bigger ambitions? So I'm sort of hoping that there's some shards of lights that can from certainty of pipeline, but maybe I'm really optimistic influenced by the elements.
One of the things, one of the things I say across the education sector is that we've had a number of years, at least 16, where that's not clear at all. And maybe we do need to, maybe we need to, I think you're right, we need to catch up. But actually, less sensible than that. Thank you. Next question.
Sorry, can I just respond to that? Just on the skills bit for me as well. Technology is going to move so fast in the next few years that there's probably something around training the trainers as well. Because we've had instances where we've been installing, we deliver to quite a high EPC or AECB rating, and we have experienced difficulties with installations just because there is not enough skill out there. So I think that's a real concern. If we push forward, we do not deliver the expectation that the end user is going to get. So there'll be another sector of employment then called customer service. So we want to avoid that. And I think the comment around policy, it wouldn't be the first time government's changed policy. So that worries me about insurity, because every business leader has what they thrive on, that's what they make investments on, knowing what tomorrow and the next year and the next year is going to be. I've been involved in businesses before where, if anybody remembers the Green Deal, feed-in tariffs, the whole energy sector, the government changing policy on businesses quite well known around policy change.
Question back, then Anthony there.
Jim Dye, Director for the Built Environment and Sovereign Network Housing Association. Really enjoyed the challenge, how do you deliver sustainable communities? So I believe, maybe I'm a dreamer, but I really do believe that what you need is a strategic partnership, a theoretical process, and that partnership model is based on shared vision and values. So if we can look at new partnerships that take risk and approach that risk, and you're sharing the outcomes. So for example, the biggest risk we spoke about earlier, land value, local authorities, sitting on a land bank, sustainable transport, urban regeneration, new partners of vision and values, land-led developing housing associations. We get the needs to do that in partnership, and obviously bring in commercial developers as well. So to me, the strategic opportunity is there to line the right partners, share outcomes, and
thank you. Really helpful.
I'm just going to, I think, our history over the last 7 years, Andy, the project we've worked on together. We think, Kevin, it is about supply chain. You have plans with hundreds of thousands of homes. Do you think you have enough voice in determining the regional priorities? The great strategy for the Western and core priority in terms of actually securing funding for you to deliver your
in the past, I think we've made a change in the company there. The focus has been identify demand. Yeah. No one has ever you go off of it in 24 years with the SGS. So, how many bricklayers, you've got you do it. What's your capacity? No. And a college has to make some decisions. If we can only safely train 40 people in the workshop, that's as many. He doesn't realise what the demand is. So, and what it seems from my perspective is politicians like spending lots of money. They like getting lots of big projects. They like spending. They don't really work strategically and say, look, I'm going to spend £1 million. I'm going to make sure that every contractor has to employ so many apprentices locally. They have to put so much into the infrastructure because they're going to benefit from it. To get the skills out of it until we have a legacy, don't we? We have a human legacy, but we also have a legacy in terms of capacity. So we just need to talk about that. We just every time this happens, at SGS, I was in the middle of a dot board with 35,000 houses. Do you know how much money I got from Section 106? That much. 0. No money for you, Kevin.
Section 106,
the developers are paying. Yeah. They're paying a lot of money.
Yeah. Like revolution, I think, curriculum is more in tune with where it needs to go, and I think that,
just so different in Baines. In Baines, the college has a conversation about Section 106. So it's not everywhere, but that was just my experience in South Gloucestershire.
Sarah, any thoughts? What don't teach us that?
Only around the 106, and so that is a list from perspective. There was a question, I think, councillor, what do the community get back? Well, quite often, as developer, I went over a councillor, we were quite happy to provide community facilities. We were already spending millions on still on Section 106, but unless you put it on a signboard, nobody knows that. So again, there's probably something to actually explain what he's doing.
Sure.
Just trying to draw together some of the comments made earlier about certainty of the pipeline or lack of certainty of the pipeline investment. I'm just wondering, are we not planning for a period to be able to do this? So instead of planning around 5-year land supply, we're still 2-year windows of opportunity following an NPPF change. Do we not need to do a 30, 40, 50-year plan? So, you can help with skills. Why would you go into an industry that just does that all the time? And 5-year land supply, the mood of the government on the day about a particular sort of housing. We don't need that longer term vision in the area. Plan the infrastructure around it. Plan new entrants to the market. You bring in capital, you bring in new types of delivery models. If you have that 30, 40 year worth of
I feel that purpose-led approach, that's one of the benefits.
Can you try a lot locally would be my.
I think that land is simply and it needs some volume.
Could I segue into that, just in terms of your answers? Two kind of requests of focus precisely to that question. Because I think that is the question about the relationship between public and private, and the relationship between civic and business. And it links in with a great question we had just back there about strategic partnership. So so can you kind of focus your answers around those things, because that seems, I think it's a brilliant question. That speaks. We heard this morning about the Japanese practice of planning the 7th generation. And so those are the obvious components. So maybe Rosie starts off.
Yeah. The room is full of competitors, so I'm going to answer this. Yes, we are absolutely looking at strategic land. I haven't gone to far as 30, but I've definitely gone to 15. And I am looking at strategic land acquisition and promotion across both disciplines, so the affordable housing and the developing arm, buying up land together and jointly promoting it to get the balance. But with that comes its own set of risks, because obviously, how do I know that piece of strategic land is going to be the one that gets the plan, not the one that's up the road? And I've sunk £300,000 in that one for 15 years rather than that one. So there is that element that just to mull over. The relationship between public and private, I'm someone that's quite impatient, and it's too long for me to wait for quick wins. I think the quick wins become from the partnership between us, and I think it comes in the pieces of land that I always normally look for best value for. And I need to change my mindset to decide what best value means. And if that means giving it to you to unlock the field behind, and that delivers need-based, purpose-led accommodation, that is what we should now do. But it's a change for me, and it will be a change for all of my counterparts. But I think there's a lot of work for us to do to overcome the policies, the inflexibilities, the things that we've done historically that perhaps we need to reconsider. And one of the things that we're doing for some quick wins is I'm looking at the right sizing model. And it's talked about, it's called a lot of different things, but it's a model that is existing. We haven't created it. There are 1,600 people on the housing waiting list in Curo Homes that are in housing. Their circumstances have changed, and they therefore are in a social home but still in need. 49% of them want to downsize. So I should step in and build on the garage courts that are redundant. I should create the home that chain needs for the whole thing to be moved. Now I'm starting with 12 homes. That's how simple this is. But I need flexibility in our planning policies and our policies with the local authority to allow that movement to happen through that chain of homes. But the customer satisfaction, the disabled adapted property that can be used by the customer that's trapped in Georgian, the family that can then move into the 4-bed, it makes perfect sense to start with things move, but it's a very small intervention, and I think that's what happens. I can't create that on my own because there's actually policies that stop me from being able to do that, and that's something that I think is paramount that needs to change. That if I'm going to try and work in partnership with stakeholders and strategic partnerships, even on a very small scale, it's all of us seeing things differently.
I think it comes back to the development of a policy. It gives clear direction of travel. And I absolutely agree with you, sir, that side of mentality, somehow, to get back to my cultural shift, that new people will come down somehow, it's probably not short term win. But under that policy, I think the decision needs to be made and we stick with it, we make sure it's implemented. At the moment, we flip-flop on policy and decision making. Sometimes it feels like we're having to change our mind on any decision rather than actually just get reason.
For me, if I was a builder and I knew that I was towards the skills crisis, I'd want to try and protect my supply chain. If I'm local, then I'd make sure that the local college was supplying everything I could need in the next 4 years without actually committing to any one trade, because you don't know when you want. There's a football club, you have the academy, but you don't know when you want the goalkeeper, centre forward, today, but in 4 or 5 years' time, you mind them. So, and then I think this is where we miss the trick. The college, Bath College, is the only college in the area. Okay, if we don't providing those skills, you ain't getting them. Not from your local provider. And when we're talking about all the houses going in, the first thing you would do is make some right. I know that I'm going to need people. It's far easier to employ people. Far easier. But I don't want to commit today. So, so what you would do, you would link and WhatsApp, by the way, link with the college and say, look, we need to increase the pace on this. We need to increase the volume on this. Well, we build things, and we can build things quite cheaply if you went to the commercial market. And that's what's happened. We build things on. So I think between us, if we want a partnership, we can do something quite innovative and quite quickly to increase the volume. The next stage is saying, well, getting the right staff to deliver this is really difficult, because the very staff we want are probably working very nicely, thank you very much, in the sectors and they're specialists in. And so that's the second way in which we can to link. Saying, look, let's have an exit strategy where, as skilled tradespeople start getting towards the end of their career on the tools, they go back and teach and find a way to supplement their income so that we secure the very skills that we want to pass down. At the moment, I can't do that with funding available. So I can't do it within the envelope of what I've got. So I'm not getting the best people. The best people are lost completely to the sector. So there is a bit more joined up thinking. It's not all doom and just feel as I've been moaning. I'm trying to provide for you an idea of the other side of the argument. We are the supply chain. And get the supply chain right, and everything else starts fitting into place. So that's,
I want just a reflection. I wonder if that, going back to the earlier point, maybe agreeing that supply chain argument, getting all those things. How do we create private, public, civic, commercial relationships that enable the joining up of those elements? Seems to me just to be a key factor, and it seems to me that it focuses around your point about beginning to construct what we mean by value differently. That seems to me to be absolutely crucial. As somebody who's a non-specialist in it, is about my area of skills, not a specialist, etc. at all. So when I first encountered this, the thing that I found really thought-provoking is that the whole system is massively efficient at generating one particular sort of value. Deeply thought-provoking. And yet, it's what I hear, again as a non-specialist, is that actually other versions of value we might think should exist in that system. I think really interesting, just a reflection of what we've heard already this afternoon. And it's not it's an oft-told tale, isn't it? Gas fitters are in their 50s. Lorry drivers are in their 50s. We could go on. So for quite a long time, we've had this problem.
I wanted to remind us of what Lucy said at the beginning of the day. 3% of people ever made a positive comment about money. So A, I'm sure I thought that was surprising. B, it's a tiny number of people engaging in what we all do. Sarah wants positive grassroots support schemes. We're looking at, it would be sensible to have a 20, 30, 40 year, 50 year strategy about what we're all trying to do, what we want it to be like to live in Mayham. Right. We can't do that if we don't engage all the people right in this room. I know this sounds really obvious, but for a second. Yeah. The point was really well made about people don't see the benefit in their community. Conversation, we have the negative cycle. I said to Helen actually, caught her on our way out, if we were to make it compulsory, Section 106 instill payments to be transparent as to where they're used. A, they might be more useful as proposing is for people with some benefit. Those are the kind of things that will start to build a conversation. I'm delighted to hear that 60 people want it for places. There are places, there are problems that don't have that, right? It's really a reflection of the problem. I'd like to see 200 people thinking, oh yeah, I've been involved in this conversation for how we want to live in this area, and I could be, whatever it might be. But we don't get it, I think, if we don't open it up to the public.
That's such a good question. Can I thank you? Can I reflect that back to as a whole? Any thoughts about how we might initiate that? It seems like a really, really good challenge. Any other views, please?
The art of storytelling, and it's a hell of a story to talk about connectivity. Housing now, I think, is being understood as a national infrastructure. You know, we're talking about infrastructure, roads and transport. Think about the storytelling opportunity about what is social value about delivering housing scale, what's job creation that flows from that, what's the discovery of that. And I think that if this government and this industry could start to curate a story about the opportunity with multiple facets that can and should justify investment for a lot of people. I just think keeping the same thing the same way you say because somehow you just
I was really taken by Lucy's presentation for exactly that reason. The articulation of the story, and you know the kind of some of the questions. The question about who are we doing this for? How those people, who's not involved? Seems to be like massively important questions actually.
So to throw one last one in there, value definition. There was Mark Carney who wrote a book called Values, and each element, what did we value pre-COVID that we valued post-COVID? Things that didn't have monetary value, space, life, community. That was so important that it's taken away. But my God, it's important. So our value definition actually needs to be given up as well. And expand that into a lot of language.
Any, please.
Well, the question for this discussion was, what does the system look like? We've had very little discussion about the patient capital, the purposeful investments over a long period of time, and I think that's very much the Achilles heel of this whole discussion, because we live the water we swim in is the capitalism. It's not a, its only purpose is to accumulate and extract value. We are wanting the way. How can we attract the purposeful patient capital which will be needed to implement the system treatment? And can we do it at a sufficient scale to attract where those sorts of investors can see value being created in lots of different forms over a period of time, and in the context of a particular place or community?
Yeah, not my area of expertise, but definitely an area that we are considering. While I was at REEF, there was a discussion around single-family housing, so community housing built to be rented, and how investors can come in early and actually support the acquisition of land and take a parcel of a development and rent it out in the long term. This is very early thinking for me, But the interesting thing for me, it's very different from some products that I've seen in London. It's all about community. It was all about green space. It was all about family homes. It was all about connectivity, and that's what the investors were looking for. And the barriers to get investors on board was all about demonstrating the safety of our products and the quality of our products as well. So I was pleasantly surprised and pleased to see the level of due diligence and quality that were coming from the investors and what they were looking to see if they were going to invest in a product. I don't have a full answer for you because I'm only at the beginning of that at the moment.
So create systemic change around our organisations and impact job financial in the world. Financial is just a given. We need to perform financially, but it's a specific agreement and this partnership collect, develop a set of methods you measure them and drop financial. It's about how you can deliver social good, human capital. Like the six factors model, we've explored this. I think we knows about it as well because we use it as a model to set up a strategy where financial is at the middle, it's got no value itself. It's the way of trading capital. So think about actually how you measure this, move away from financial. Okay. So think about, okay.
And how does that, to go back to Davy's question, numpty question, how does that address that question?
It's an interesting one, but I think that if you're driven by, you're driven by success, how you define success. I think to make the board around that, was all about generating a supply chain, and we come up with some indicators that were cross-organizational, that how they measure themselves. Like, it's the first time that you work with the University Park, and actually it was about generating skills around different topics. I think it's how you set a purpose, but then the impact you want to deliver at work. So, how we're going to measure where we are on this journey. And then I'm trying to remember the question.
Patient.
Yeah, so patient capital is like.
Yes.
Yeah. So NHS, they're all part of the, you understand how you can create human capital, social capital, and in terms of patient health metrics to sit within that.
Can I get one comment, and then we've got 2 minutes left, so I'm going to ask one quick.
So very quickly, back to that question, but from a slightly different one as well. The market is wanting to. The problem is we have a country that's a computer region to fund. We should be asking the government to corral that patient capital and allocate it, which is sort of what they're trying to do with houses now, to try and attract what we and sort of like regional social. There are ways of dealing with it. So that's how you sort of attract the national. How you allocate it is a slightly different question. But there are the sort of tools to do the market. We won't get it, but there is the extra funding there to allow you to have bigger challenge is how from the budget it's how we make sure that particularly at the priority level those insurers in the organisation to manage a different relationship with the market that it doesn't have that. So how they manage the financial structure, how they manage SPVs, how they go through the process. We've got a lot of work just trying to build the organisational maturity around risk, around funding, around that wider package.
Thank you.
It's all centralised research development.
Thank you. I'm sorry I've got to cut us here, because otherwise we're the same. You'll end up with people just joining us. Can I say just in closing, obviously, as we just said in the last couple of questions, tension between regional and national inevitably, and how to manage that. What I'd like you just to finish with, literally a sentence each. If there was a regional thing that we could do, what would it be?
Map our land.
Map our land, thank you.
Acquire our land.
Acquire our
I'm even more impatient.
Find the pole vaulter where there's no pole vaulting pit.
Yeah, that's true.
So you have to create your own solutions here, grow your own, and engage collectively to all our problems are solved locally.
Right. So, map, acquire, grow. Thank you. Thank you ever so much, everybody. I'm sorry that we've only got the time. I'm very sorry that I cut us off at the end. But thank you for participating in this. I think it's time for a cup of tea.
Thank you.
Wow.
It's like half of my day to the glass of wine. Right. Audio. Yeah.
So we can.
Yeah. You mean mic?
We people dotted around and it's the word happening. Do you want to just use a handheld?
Yeah.
Yeah? Slide it up a bit, start ringing.
Is it bottom?
Oh, you can press that one first. It's been off for a bit.
This one?
Yeah. And then it should go red.
Why did you do that one? Sorry, got a clue. Oh, it's all red.
And then slide that one up. Press it, yeah, and it should go.
This one.
Hello. Are we ready to start? So I think we're going to have Sophie come up, sign. And so when you're ready, please do join me. We can maybe try to synthesize what happened, but not badly, but the people sharing those sessions will probably do it much better. So we'll have just 5 minutes, quick headlines from your various sessions. Let's start first. Come on up, and I'll just give you the mic, and you can just pass it along then.
It was a fantastic conversation. I am struggling to points, so I can take others, but the ones I picked out in particular is government, channel our own Greater Manchester vibe. So the confidence piece around the clarity of that vision and who benefits, and then thinking about the second point was thinking about how to define that vision and the needs of the needs of all are met in the means engagement in that. So it's a vision that's imposed, it's a vision that's co-created, understand how the checks with that. And very much around understand how capital respond to a complex system. So evolution, not revolution. I'm slightly paraphrasing there, but I think it was a point well made. Like, there are good models for this, but there are also specific risks to losing of the financial markets in this space as well.
I'm glad you put first. Because our discussion was really fruitful as well. Joe Wharton on the panel from Homes England, we started to sort of get some insights into the direction of crowdfund funding, which is really interesting. And probably led to the third point, which is around our appetite for innovation. We should collectively be more bold and innovative, particularly around product and around how we might utilize some of the opportunities we funding to do that. So there's a point on that. A really interesting point around the levers and mechanisms we have to change quickly. So things like STIL as well, the kind of what a instrument really is, are actually something that's supposed to enable community infrastructure to come forward first. It actually is the opposite. So we had a really interesting, rich discussion around the need to build trust through delivering infrastructure, where people expect to see doctor surgeries, community centres, that we need to work out how we fund and deliver those early rather than end of the process. That was quite interesting as well. And then we also had an interesting discussion around how we might leverage our partnership to bring institutional investment into place. So there's lots of opportunity to be leaders in that place. We are demonstrating that there is strong public-private partnership in the there's lots of really positive recommendations to build on that, so we should do more in that space as well.
Thank you. Yeah, similarly, excellent discussion, which wasn't we could have gone further. Very, very similar to friends. First point, particularly a focus around the importance of infrastructure and infrastructure. We focused a lot on skills and a significant gap there is already between to give one figure, which 17,000 people needed in the construction industry, and the capacity is in between the colleges to train 18, 19, 17. So there's an enormous need for investment. We also point about infrastructure that relates to things like connections, etc. So the first point about the relationship between the plan and the related infrastructures. Secondly, the importance in terms of so there's an interesting kind of discussion about how far are we connecting into the system that exists and the problems that we have, and how far are we able to imagine ways of it being very different. And what we were really clear about was very different only occur through strategic partnership. So how are we going to map land? How are we going to acquire land? How are we going to build collectively for growth? Can only be done by private partnership. It's kind of silent there. And then the third was where that really took us to was a conversation about the opening up of what we mean by the word value. From patient capital on the one hand, how do we attract that? How does it stay? How do we change the financial gearing of the system that we already have? We've already mentioned the SIL stuff, so I won't say that again. But a kind of a sense of a much wider sense of value, and inside that, as was talked about this morning, participation in that, transparency in relation to it, but also who's involved in those discussions, and how we use that connectivity that you can see it works on a personal level, but how is that then geared up? So there's a kind of connectivity across the system that actually is about a rather different set of values from the ones we have. Also, the caveat that mentioned, the importance of babies and bathwater. So,
Lovely. We'll stay there for a minute, because I just thought it would be useful for us to get some response and see if you've got any other thoughts, observations, sessions that you are raising. I think we got another microphone knocking around. There you go, pause that. So, can you really just come back to what you've heard, but also what generally thoughts had along the day? This is the moment I'm going to share my one takeaway with everyone. Well, we've taken all the energy out of you now. We're nearly there. Okay. In which case, what they said, it all stands. That's exactly what we're going to do. So thank you very, very much for facilitate what actually the intellectual property that went into it and facilitated it getting so much richer and sadder. Big round of applause for my colleagues. Don't forget, one of the things about reaching DE is that everyone does this in addition to their day job. You know, no one gets paid. They do this because they see this as a collective that they want to participate in. And so a huge thanks to everyone that's put their hand up, but more than that, contributed time and their ideas, and they very often ask colleagues the right questions. Thanks for that. I'm going to ask now Wayne to come up, just give his thoughts on the day. Wayne.
Thank you. So a few people have been asking me for solutions, you know, outside of here. And I was thinking, and a few people have wanted to talk about the land price cap thing. And I was thinking about what would happen if a government announced they were going to do what I suggested. It would probably bring them down. It wouldn't bring them down straight away. But what would happen, almost certainly, is there would be uproar from the Daily Mail and the like, who would say, if it was this government, we told you so, Labour are going to ruin your inheritance, they're going to bring down the value of your homes. And then Reform and Conservative both say, well, the day you vote us in, we end that, and we reverse it. So there's no chance of, it would be in the kind of dog whistle politics world that the chances of doing anything that radical nationally are slim to nothing, because there isn't the time within a parliament to do anything on that scale. Imagine the legal what you'd have to do. But then I thought, I get about a bit, and I don't think I've seen in a room like this, cross-party, or all the parties coming together and saying that they agree with the problem. And they're not shouting down people's ideas about people saying, yes, we have to do something radical. Well, if the premise is that we can't do anything radical nationally, and I am a radical, and I believe that we can't do anything radical nationally, I think it's absolutely impossible, then maybe you could do something locally. And the good thing about this area is I don't think people know the term Baines. They don't know about unless you're from here. Then you obviously use it all the time. I'd never heard of it. It's just, and sometimes it's really good to be. If Andy Burnham was to do this, it would be straight into the press and he would get pulled down. But if you were to try something radical because you're under the radar, you might get something done. And once you've done it, there's amazing things that can happen, because once something's through. So, for example, sorry, I'm going on a bit here, but I have been giving this some thought. The major, when you do anything that is, or attempt to do anything that is radical, let's say, for example, because I know you've got some potentials, you've got 4 big sites, haven't you, here? Yeah. You've got one at the university, you've got some land, the council's got some. Let's say you came up with, on all of those 4 sites, whatever it was, something that was difficult, but you'd agreed to do it because you were all in agreement politically that it was the right thing to do. If you deliver that, but and this is what councils tend not to do, and social housing companies tend not to do, is they don't think of the headlines. But if you thought of every single headline that could possibly happen, as if this made 10 and made Newsnight and all of that kind of stuff, and had thought of all and made Daily Mail, and you thought of every possible negative headline, and you measured every single one of you had some kind of measurement to it, every single one of those headlines, to prove whether the headline was right or whether it was wrong or it wasn't quite right or it was totally wrong. And you did something and measured everything. You could change Britain. So Britain is not going to change without somebody trying something. And the call to action is, if you really want to be radical, then get on and do it. But make sure that you're measuring everything. and then when somebody throws something back at you and says, right, well, when a lie comes out, a Trumpian lie, like, well, it brought down land, got it measured by, who wouldn't Savills? You've got Savills as a partner. You've got all these partners who are proving. Well, it did in that area take it down by 1%, but really, that's nothing on the scale. You've got to do it. The metrics that get suffice.
Thank you. Round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you. Not only is the also the constant quite wide challenge. We ask ways to be the sort of the challenging the board comes along and make sure we got our feet to the fire. We're not doing the easy thing. So thank you for your ongoing assistance and continuing to push us. Being brave, being bold. It's been a common theme throughout the day. Before I wrap up, what I think we're going to do next is going to ask my colleague Sonia to come up, because we are one of 6 pillars in the economic strategies. Affordable housing, it was recognised by the council as a critical part of how we create prosperity in the district. But there are 5 others, and the chair of the Future Ambition Board, Sonia, and we plug into the Future Ambition Board. So I'll give Sonia a moment just to reflect more the Future Ambition Board is and the role.
Thanks, Vic. Well, thank you. Part of my first public outing. I'm the new independent chair. This is slightly unproud, so I will test myself with picking others in the room afterwards if I've said the right things. So I'm just going to start with a little story. I'm Bath born and bred. I never lived anywhere else. I went to Bath College, went to Bath University. I would probably die, but I would not going to live anywhere else. But what really struck me about the importance of the work of the Future Ambitions Board is that if we carry on as we are at the moment, my life is going to look pretty grim. We're not going to have care staff that are going to look after me. We're not going to have businesses that are going to be able to retain staff and be moving elsewhere, and so on and so on. All the things that we've talked about today. And what will Bath with North East Somerset look like for me in 20 years' time? The vision that I have is of an old, impoverished seaside town that's full of students and it's full of tourists. There's still people like me that don't have my needs met, regardless of how much people don't have. And that means we have to change something. And the Future Ambitions Board grew up out of the pandemic with the Ankle institutions that about from Simon earlier. They came together to say we've got to do something to meet the needs, and we've got to work in partnership. And this voluntary partnership has grown. It's now including Hero, it's including businesses and others in the room, the college, and we come together to actually change the future, to deliver the economic strategy. But I think it's much more than that. I think we've got an opportunity to reimagine what the future could look like. And one of the things that came out of our discussion that came from the college sector, actually it's not the what we're going to do, it's how we're going to do it. And it's the how that is really important. And I'm really struck today by the conversations and the ideas, but also the potential that's in the room, the ideas that you've got, and the solutions that can come from this. And Wayne, I'm really struck by several things that you said today, but actually we need to be disruptive. And disruption is a good thing. It's often used in a bad way, but by being disruptive, in partnership, working collaboratively with the political leaders in the area, not just Dover, but also Wiltshire and Somerset, with the people within these communities at the very heart, and those voices that we often don't hear and we need to make more attempts to hear, then we could change what my future, our future looks like, and we do have a real opportunity to thrive. So I'm really pleased to be part of today. Thank you, Vic and Kira, the Housing Commission Delivery Board, for inviting me to be part of it. But I'm really keen to hear from others. So we'll be formally launched this year. It'd be great to hear from you and to have your input, not just in terms of the housing group, but actually the other factors that are.
Thank you so much. Sorry, are you going to be hanging around for a class? Okay, so let me try and wrap today up. First of all, thank you so much for, on a Friday, spending all day talking about housing and
And it's been an incredibly engaged audience, full of energy. Many of the debates could have gone through a lot longer. So a huge thank you for sticking with us all the way through and for making such a difference. We're going to put together the themes. We have a board meeting this coming week, so it comes at the right time for us to start unpacking the themes and deciding how we flow those into our thinking. We need to get on and do some work. We've got some trailblazers, so we need to really begin to flesh those out and get those starting to turn from concepts to delivery over next year. We need to keep on building the relationship with Reka, with Helen, to make sure what we're doing is not done in isolation and it works strategically for us as a district, but also as a sub-region. I hope we can continue to influence the SDS, make sure that North East Somerset's interest is reflected in our strategic document, and obviously hopefully encourage those people affected by the housing crisis through the Housing Assembly to get involved with the plan in particular, but also with the SDS. We're going to try and get central government to take it seriously, maybe give us a bit more money, get the penny to actually save next year. That's my big one, to try and get government to come here rather than us having to go there. And to continue to get the voice of those people that are most affected by the housing crisis, the Housing Assembly work heard by decision makers. So there's quite a lot there to do over the next 12 months. You can hold me to that when we come together this time next year. I don't know that you'll be around now. Please do come along and see if all of this has been delivered. I want to say a few thank yous. So none of this happens by itself. So first of all, thank you for everyone that made it happen, that actually organised it. You've seen Paul. He's only 12, poor man. But he's been rushing around and he's been amazing getting everything organised. To my colleagues, Claudia, is Claudia around? And Elia, who made all of this stuff happen administratively. Thank you to them both. To Lisa Nash from Baines, who's been amazingly helping behind the scenes as well. To Cleo and her team, thank you. And if I've not mentioned you, and you've done a load, sorry. I also need to say a huge thanks to Jean Hobbies. Where are you, Jane? Are you here? Jane, for agreeing to pay for today. Lovely. Thank you. Round of applause. So that's proper collaboration. Proper collaboration. The University of actually saying, yes, we're going to contribute financially to it. So huge thanks. So the next thing we're going to do is really important, is we're going to buy you all a drink. So for those that don't drink, we also offer alternative variety of drinking. So the bar is around the front, so if you'd like to continue networking for another half hour or so, we will be around for a conversation and it'll be carry on. If you want to get involved, drop me an email. I'm sure we can find a role for you. So thank you, huge thank you again, and hopefully see you next year. Cheerio.
There we go. We're on time. You're okay to train, aren't you? Yeah.
So it shows the importance of that. Yeah, I mean, that's done its job. People are saying,
Are you going there? I'm not going to get a drink. Yes,